It was 9:29, 9:29 Backstreet, big city. The sun was going down, there was music all around, it felt so right. It was one of those nights when you feel the world stop turning. You were standing there, there was music in the air. I should have been away, but I knew I had to stay. Let's drink to love
There we go. All right. Wow. Wowee. Okay, sorry, I'm a little discombobulated right now. It is Monday after all. You know how it goes. All right. My bourbon pod, thank you for the 26 months. Thank you very much. I should plan something fun if I get back to 3,000 subs. What's something fun we can do? What's a good fun thing? Also, just change things up. Pop brownies? Backflip? Well, as I said, no, I have to have that significantly higher, knowing that I will injure myself 100%. Clown makeup and a ventriloquist show. I should subject Sam to that. Pie to the face again. I'll just sit here and it'll be very sad. Would you play a game of Chat's Choice for 3K subs? Yeah, let me think about
There. If I'm a Republican senator.
Hold on a second. What the fuck? Okay, let me think of some fun things. Rollerblading? Also likely to injure myself. Fight Radon? Oh no.
Okay, 3K subs, I fight Radon. 10K subs, I join the LAPD. 20K subs, I acquire news. 50K subs, I run for...
Clocked it. Okay, it looks like past me already said.
Okay, 3K subs, I fight Radon. 10K subs, I join the LAPD. 20K subs, I acquire news. 50K subs, I run...
I do be kind of just always saying the most random of sub goals and then forgetting that I've said that.
Yes.
Not that fighting Radon is really that random, but kind of. Fun, more cooking content. I will make, I don't even know, more traditional Brazilian food. I think I've been disowned by Brazil.
There. If I'm a Republican senator going through O'Hare,
We could use
Airport, I
another
can
Let
just
Me
sign
Know
up to
charity
Grindr and hook
stream.
up in the fucking bathroom. And you're talking these Republican senators or these good-looking guys?
Republican senators are on average better looking than Democratic senators. I think.
Oh, you are so off base right now.
Am I?
You are so off.
You're.
Is he saying that because he wants to be a Republican senator? He's like, yeah, there's so much hotter.
John Fetterman guy. He's getting you grind your gears there.
Remake of the Nicole Kidman AMC ad. Wait, that's actually a good one.
I'm just saying, that is crazy.
I think
I
everything
do wanna
that
do
comes
that.
out of Pete Hegseth's mouth is atrocious.
Okay.
He looks good saying it. I can say that.
Oh, please.
Yeah, he could probably bench.
Bro, he does not look good saying it. I am tired of anyone trying to pretend like Pete Hegseth is good looking, okay?
2015, that guy's pretty built.
He's sweaty and has ugly, nasty ass tattoos. He's so sweaty looking. Only straight men say he's good looking. Yuck. Yuckarino. Hormuzzi, thank you for the tier 1. Phoebe, thank you for the prime. Gross. I need the straight men to stop promoting this idea that Pete Hegseth is a hot dude. Oh. Okay, before I look at anything else, let me talk about what we got going on, because I have a lot of updates. Oh my God, Anon. Thank you for the 25. Okay, I do think even if we don't get to 3K, I am going to, even if it's really janky, recreate the Nicole Kidman AMC ad so that we can have it for film class. Because I've always wanted to have something for our introduction to film class. And I'm sure people are sick and tired of the movie rules, the one that we played for every Sunday. And I did try to change it up by doing the Nicole ad. And now I'm like, I really should just... I really should just record myself, even if it's not fancy production. You can literally drive up to the Nicole AMC and recreate it in the theater. I know. It doesn't have to be anything fancy, just to have something. Heartbreak feels good in a place like this. It does indeed. Carito, thank you for the 19 months. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Pete Hegseth's liver. Yeah, that man is an alcoholic. He's very sweaty looking. Can you do the Jen Coolidge voice? Yeah, I recreate Nicole Kidman's AMC ad, but using using my Jennifer Coolidge voice. Athena, thank you for the prime. Okay, so I bought my flight to St. Louis this week, so I am officially going. It was one of those where I was like, should I do it? Do I want to travel all over to St. Louis? Do I have too much going on? And I was like, nah, fuck it. Let's just go. Let's send it. Like, I am going to go to see Julia Stiles. I'm going to St. Louis to see Julia Stiles. Streets are saying she's going to be at SLU. Should I restart the hashtag Julia Stiles is going to SLU? 15 years after we originated this, 15 years later, hey guys, it's actually happening. Julia Stiles is, in fact, finally coming to SLU. She'll show up one day. I do believe it. Okay, so the schedule this week is a little wacky. And I was also trying so hard to get through this book, and Farley kept being a nuisance. I'm not lying when I say I was sitting there and I was like taking notes and doing all my post-its and everything. And then he decided that he had enough. And as I'm reading about, women and domestic labor and all that, he comes up and he just sits. First he sits on my head and I'm like, okay, like a cat. And then he starts pawing at all my post-it notes and they were flying everywhere. And then he sat over my book. Like I had the book open. He just goes right over. I was like, can I help you? Silencing women's stories. Truly, I had a bit of a flash into the future. If I were to ever have a human child and the inability to get anything done, and I went, I don't know if I want that. It's hard enough having Farley. He was so, I was like, what can I do for you, sir? Got him a treat, tried to give him attention, tried to play with him. And then he just kept, let me show you. Let me show you examples. Screaming. Farley living up to the misogynistic LA gay. I know. And then I texted Will. I was like, what the hell? What is happening? Literally, look at this post-it that says Gamergate. I was like, Farley, I have to. Mama's gonna do stuff. Here he is fully on my stuff. Fully on the stuff. I can't. He's so unbelievably needy. And then he was being a cat. He was being a cat. Perched up like that. So pissed. He's still thinking about getting another dog. it's moments like this I feel I need it too. I feel I need to, because otherwise then he just puts all his attention on me and is like, he said no book learning today. He's so mad he can't read. I know I've tried to teach him, but he's like, we watch TV in this house. So anyway, that was happening earlier. But as I said, I booked my flight to St. Louis. So I am going to be going for the weekend. And my plan right now is I get in very early Friday. And I will probably go to Ted Drew. Oh my God. What a blast from the past moment. Ted Drew's. That used to be a special treat in college. Christian, not Christian. Thank you for the 32 months. So Friday, yeah. And then I know that the workers rally that Corey is doing, that is Friday. So I'll be joining along for that. So probably won't have a stream Friday, but then Saturday, I thought it'd be really fun to do an IRL, which I haven't done in a minute. And I thought I could just walk around. And I know Hassan and Marsh are leaving on Saturday, and I'm going to stay so I can see friends, see my old community in St. Louis. But yeah, it would be fun to just kind of go on a walking tour and be like, this is where one time I was smoking a joint on campus and I passed by a bunch of Jesuit priests. This is where I went to theater. This is where I took my French courses for my French major, and now I don't know any French. Find your sloop banner. I'll go on a hunt. I will go on a hunt to see if I can find an old, weathered remnant. It's just my faded face. I'm like, damn, that makes me feel a lot older. Go interview students during finals week. Yeah, I'm sure that is something that they would love. It will be a Saturday though, so I'm like, at least that will hopefully it will hopefully be a little more low key, not people rushing around to attend classes, because I definitely don't want to be that weird person around campus. Like, no, you guys don't understand. I was a star. I used to go here. They're like, oh my God, hashtag old. I'm like, no, it wasn't that long ago. I did start college 16 years ago, but it feels like yesterday. I used to run this quad. Don't you know who I am? There's a building named after me. No, there's not, but I'll just say that anyway. How many gifted subs to sing maybe this time in front of your old theater building a cappella? Considering that Cabaret was my first show in college, probably wouldn't even need any. Maybe this time I immediately get arrested. Oops, sorry. Can't a girl do a little theater? What is it, against the law now? That's a deal I'll give 0 for that. Exactly. You'll find no better deal. I am just thinking about all of the moments on this potential IRL stream coming up. Then I'll be like, oh my God, I remember this. Oh my God. Oh my God. But then everything's probably going to look so different too, because I haven't seen the campus in a long time. I went to St. Louis a couple years ago for a wedding. That was the last time I was there, and it was downtown, so we just stayed downtown the whole time, which means that I haven't been back to campus in, oh my God, can't even tell ya. I should just walk into every building and be like, it's me, I'm back. It's me. Hello? Hello, it's me. It's Caroline Kwan is back. Maybe this time I'll be lucky. Maybe this time he'll stay. I used to be in the theater here. I'm sure they still talk about me. And then went off to Los Angeles and became a very famous person. Maybe this time, for the first time heals everything. Oh my God. I'm definitely going to walk and see if I can show everyone Fox Theater, which is where I saw a lot of great shows. Saw Next to Normal with the original cast. No big deal. Anyway, clearly I'm excited. And it's cool because when I already messaged some friends today. Yeah. Hi, I'm famous. I live in LA. Every person in LA is famous. And since I'm from LA, famous. I was talking to some friends earlier because I was telling them that Kwan's coming to town. And some of them already had known that they already knew of the Cori Bush rally, which is great. It means that it means that 15 years ago, when I got my friends at school politically involved, that they still are 15 years later. But yeah, they were like, "Are you coming for the Cori rally?" I was like, "Yes, I am." But also to see you all. Yeah, when I was in college, a lot of my friends that I met when I joined a sorority, they all came from like Catholic, Republican families, but were not. So if you, like when we were 17, 18 years old, they'd be like, "I'm a Republican." And I'd say, "No, you're not. You're going to vote for Barack Obama." And I was a part of the Young Democrats on campus. And I personally got a lot of people to vote for Barack Obama in 2012. So you're welcome. Barack. Was this the Hillary era? No, this was the Barack Obama era. And also when I worked on Claire McCaskill's campaign, which in my defense, she was running against Todd Aiken. And I was a 2010s liberal. So she was running against Todd legitimate rape Aiken. Okay. All right. Okay. That was it. Plus, I was lived the fuck up. You might say that Caroline saved America. You might say that actually Caroline Kwan ended racism. You know? We need a Caroline and Gianmarco link up 100%. Already happened, but definitely want to link up with my fellow theater major again. But we did. That's the other thing. I know I subjected y'all to half of that Jay Aubrey video to do research for the clavicular episode, but I can't do it anymore because the only time scheduling that worked for Matt and FD is tomorrow, and I'm going to be live tomorrow morning because I scheduled this conversation between my friend Kylie, who I had on stream a month ago, to talk about the Chapel Roan smear campaign, and then the author of this book, Lois Shearing. So reached out to Lois. Lois is in the UK, so it was a little bit tough trying to schedule things. And I don't think I'm trying to think. I don't know if they've been on Twitch before. That's kind of a fun thing that I'm trying to do, is bring people onto Twitch who've never been on Twitch. And my pitch is always very funny. I'm like, look, I know there's a lot of stupid shit happening on this platform, but there's also cool people, and it's great because the audience is very tapped in. My specific community is the best, and one that will definitely be excited for me to introduce when I introduce them to different people and their work. So yeah, we're really hip and cool. We really got it going on. But yes, so I can't do the clavicular episode, which maybe is a good thing. Clavicular is gonna be a father, supposedly. I'm sorry. When I saw that clip, it was like clavicular's just found out he's gonna be a father. I went, no. I don't think he is, to be clear. But he's pregnant, yeah. Yep, he is pregnant. Can we watch video essays taking down Mr. Beast instead? We can watch video essays taking down Mr. Beast instead. Yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. As a side, some Klay Thompson related news. Okay. All right. At Stagecoach, Coach Ella Langley sang her new Morgan Wallen collab, brought out Theo Vaughn, and sang her #1 hit for a crowd that included Sydney Sweeney and Scooter Braun. Next month, she'll play the Kid Rock headline Rock the Country, where tickets were recently slashed 50%. How did every word get worse than the last? Hello? Excuse me? Matt said, reading this tweet feels like falling down a flight of stairs. Yeah, reading that felt like getting jumped. I feel like I have head trauma now. I feel like I was just in a 50-car pileup on the highway. What the hell? Ew. Also, I'm sorry. I literally could do this. What? Why is Theo Vaughn on stage in Stagecoach? I don't know. Also, Scooter Braun is 50, so dude needs to watch his... he needs to watch the ligaments in his neck, okay? You don't want to fuck around with that at that age. Sorry, I know he's dating someone who's significantly younger than him, but at his age, this is very unwise. This is medically unwise.
2025, Ella Langley topped the country chart singing He's From This State. I can tell by the way he's two-stepping around the room.
Wait, I know who this is from when I did Country Music Awards or American Country Music Awards. I was like, why does this person seem familiar to me? Back when I was the biggest country fan, obviously, because I did the red carpet at the ACMs.
She's from Texas. She's been a Texas two-step.
I do feel as if every day I read a sentence similar in its like word soup, but the worst words all put into a soup, and then you just dip in and take words out. I feel like this is every day. I read a sentence or a string of sentences. I'm like, that's a new sentence. We are running out of new sentences, or maybe need to put a pause on new sentences. It's too many. Can I show you a TikTok that actually made me cry laughing? I'm not even joking. There were tears running down my face. If this is not funny, I'm gonna rip you apart. Tears running down your face. Let's see. Point of view, trying to help your friend pass their driver's exam. This is about to be a you laugh, you lose. I like red. Are you going to buy a red car? No, because my car is green. Why not ask for a green car? So I know now to reverse park if I ever get a red car. I don't need one. No, a red car is a must. You must get one. I have a green one, so I don't need a red one. Are these AI bots fighting over the color of cars? Ashley? No, they're in the comments. They're real. What year will you get your red car? Always the green fish. Now they're talking about fish? Ashley, are you sure these people are real? Are you sure you're not? These are not bots. Vampires Wish 1600. Ashley, have you become bot? Look in the comments of this. Ashley, have you become bot? OMG, is that me? Why is everyone saying hello? I've never felt so loved. We have Vampires Wish 6. Maybe they just had the time. Would you buy a red car? When will you get a red car? What year? It's kind of giving will you verwigs. When will you verwigs? Will you buy a red car? When will you get a red car? At this point, just DM each other. Okay, this does happen, though, where sometimes people get into a conversation with one another that really has nothing to do with the original post. And they just keep going. And you're like, okay, whether it's you're fighting or you're actually totally in step, at some point you do got to take it to the DMs. It sends me when people do it in Twitch chat. I know, it's like, hi, you know what it reminds me of? It's like if a big group of people are all having a conversation and then two people go right into the middle of the group and they're having a separate conversation, but it's right in the middle of everyone else. And it's as if they think that they are not, like, nobody will notice us, even though we're right in the middle of this group. And we are the loudest and everyone can hear it. And you're like, hi, hello. You guys maybe want to go somewhere else? No, this is where you want to have this convo? Okay. This happened to me. I met my best friend on a YouTube comments thread. We went back and forth for a minute, then started gaming together. I've now known him for as long as he's known his wife, and our first in-person meeting was his wedding. Wait, that's actually so cute. That's maybe one of the only times that something good has come from the YouTube, from engaging with another person in the YouTube comment section. I actually had tears running down my face. I couldn't stop laughing. Why didn't you jump in there with them? Why didn't you get in there? Can you imagine you try to get in there? They're like, who are you? Excuse me, we're having a private conversation. Excuse me. I feel like the ending of Body Snatchers will happen if you try to intervene. They just stop talking. They're like, that's kind of weird. Rendezvous, thank you for the prime. Okay, what other updates do I have? So tomorrow, tomorrow morning, stream in the morning. I'm not doing that podcast episode anymore. My expertise on all things clavicular will have to wait for another day. And then this weekend, St. Louis. I think that's what I got. Injuring Klay Thompson.
Losing all of his vitals to 25. Ain't no muscle mass. Cartilage in your knees and ankles gone. That shit gone. Meniscus is gone.
Clavicular might not make it another day. Well, there will still be podcast episodes to be had.
Ligaments just all toe up. See, you gotta reduce the hit.
And maybe there will be an episode on the claviculars because now he's gonna be a father. No, he's not. We'll do a podcast episode on the whole clavicular fam.
Head durability, because you was playing head games. You want to play head games? You gonna win some prizes, okay? Mental, whoo! This nigga IQ is gone. Look, he look like he don't know what's going on. You just so confused, huh, baby? I know. Look like he getting dumber and dumber. He has no idea what's about to happen. Meg, don't worry, sis. I got you. Where his vitals at?
I do hope Meg has seen some of the posts in support of her, because I do think that she would get a laugh out of it. For as much as I'm sure things suck, you know, I'm sure she's not feeling great because, again, this woman has been through so much. This is just the latest in a timeline of bullshit that she has been put through. She deserves everything and more, but I do hope she sees some of this.
Megan.
But anyone dating Meg the Stallion should be thinking 24/7.
I can't believe I'm dating Megan the Stallion. I forgot to close the fridge because I'm dating Megan the Stallion. I just got a coffee. It is for Megan. Did I get one for myself? No, I forgot because I'm dating Megan the Stallion. Oh wow, another girl who is not my girlfriend, Megan the Stallion. Do you know who would look good in that outfit? My girlfriend, Megan the Stallion. Megan the Stallion. I love you, Megan the Stallion. How hard is that to accomplish? How difficult is that? You know, you did. Megan.
The Sims is getting in on it. I said this yesterday, but I think it's a test. I don't really know Klay Thompson, so maybe he's really reviled, but people love Meg and people recognize that Meg has been put through the goddamn ringer so many times. So I guess I wasn't surprised, but surprised to see so many people comment on the Meg the Stallion being cheated on situation, especially from people who usually don't talk about stuff happening in pop culture, you know, don't talk about celebrities and news involving them. But maybe it's a combo of people writing for Meg and also despising Klay Thompson. Woke Wilder, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. We are still just getting started here. This made me laugh out loud. All right, let me watch the Sims clip. We're just getting started here. Once again, talking about the insanity of cheating on Meg the Stallion. Klay Thompson just had the biggest fumble since Menelaus. It sounds as if he'd be doing this a lot, though, you know? Future wedding vows, I will never be the Klay Thompson to your Megan the Stallion. Yeah, that's all women want. All women want to hear is someone saying, I will not be Klay Thompson. The Sims, if you can't handle a hottie, stay out of the kitchen. Oh my God. You know what I will say? As far as my usual detesting of brands and big companies getting involved, not that Sims is a game, right? But the genre of brands getting involved on things happening in pop culture, and a lot of times it's really it's cringy, or it's just contributing to the internet shitting on a famous woman. I will say this one is acceptable. This one, EA is still evil. I know. But just as far as usually I am so annoyed to see Wendy's or whoever the hell else in TikTok comments trying to get in on stuff. I'm like, I am all for all of the shitting on Klay Thompson. So sad to read Klay Thompson would be mean to Megan when he didn't play well. Imagine someone being mean to you every single day. Ooh. Nick's not home. Thank you for the 3 months. M Palace, thank you for the 9 months. Umi, oh my gosh, Umiverse. Sorry, I missed your raid. Thank you, Umiverse. Hello, Umiverse raiders. Appreciate y'all. There's this guy on TikTok who spent months making basketball highlight videos for Clay while also claiming he's gay. He recently got a cease and desist from Clay, but he continues to make videos. He's only increased in popularity. The truth is out. They can't sue us all. I was right about Klay Thompson being gay. So wait. He was making basketball highlight videos for Klay. So he's a fan? He's obviously 12. Obviously 12 or 49.
I'm just a little confused here because gay can mean a lot of things. I'm homosexual. Meaning, I like men.
I'm so confused though. I'm confused because it's a fan cam. It's showing him dunk. This person seems obviously not okay. But also the motivations here being confusing. What do we do with this? I know. It's like, what do I do with this? And okay, it's homophobia, obviously, for the meme. NBA Twitter is very homoerotic, so it's dark woke. I don't know. I don't know. Klay Thompson sued him for posting gay TikTok edits. But he's still, it's like, yeah, okay. Most popular edit accounts are trolls. I understand that. I do. He's been saying he's gay because he went to brunch with a man. Oh my God. Do not make me be defending Klay Thompson being a cheating heterosexual man out here. All right. Please. In the midst of all this, do not make me defend. Do not make me defend against little homophobes on the internet. Yeah, he's cheated on Meg. Okay, let's not make this anything about let's not make this about anything aside from the fact that he sucks. He sucks. It's a joke from the TED TV show about eggs being gay. Well, then, call me queen of the gays. Gay queen of the gays. Because I love eggs. This wouldn't have happened if we had a ballroom. That's so true. Did you see they're remaking Sports in Your Image?
Warm welcome will be waiting for me.
Wait.
Where the crowds will cheer.
There's no way.
When they see my face and a voice keeps saying, this is where I'm meant to be.
Okay, what is this and how do I go to it? Is this what they're doing in sports? Because if so, I'm there. Is this what's happening these days? Savannah Bananas baseball? How do I go to this?
Well, I live out the had them 40 thieves. Chicken was out, I had 1,000 tails. But master, you're in luck, cause up your sleeve you got a brand of magic never fails. You got some power in your corner now, some heavy ammunition in your camp. You got some.
They're the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball.
See, all you gotta do is rub that, and I'll say.
Okay, it's a very stupid question. Does this guy in the bananas outfit play baseball? He's a baseball player, but also happens to be a musical theater kid.
Mr. I sir, what will your pleasure be? Let me take your order, jot it down. You
Okay,
ain't
so he's
never had
clean.
a friend like me. Can your friends do this? Can your friends do that? Can your friends do that?
Oh my God, this was made for me. This is sports for theater kids.
I've got a powerful arms to help you out. So much I wish you really want to know what. You got a list that's 3 miles long, no doubt. See, all you gotta do is rub like so. I like to bring the house down a little bit. Hey, Derek, how about we sing some of our favorite songs?
I would love that.
Yeah, a little Disney medley for you. Listen. Tale as old as time. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Thank you. True as it can be. They're even friends, Beauty and the Beast. Come on.
Now is the time to seize the day. Answer
is
the call
so
and don't
fun.
delay. Wrongs will be righted if we're united. Let us seize the day. House into Harlem. Look what's begun. One for
How do I see them?
all and all for one. I am on my way. I can go the distance. I don't care
Wait, we're
how
going to
far.
LA.
Somehow I'll be strong. I know every mile.
There's an 8-month wait list. Shut the fuck up.
Will be worth my while. I would go most anywhere to find where I belong. I am a banana.
Tonight, we're all Aladdin bananas. Come on, Mr. Aladdin, sir. 1, 2, or 3. I'm on the job. You pick me by you ain't
The
never had
owner
a
is
friend,
Basis
never
Fuck.
had a
He refused to
friend.
sell. Basis Fuck. He refused to sell. Says he's trying to garner more fans. I'm a new fan, not more profit. Ba-da-da. This is so impressive.
Never had a friend like me. Yeah.
Oh my God.
That was Michael James Scott and the cast of Disney's Aladdin on Broadway.
This is so fun. I would go to a game just for this. Short videos, some of their highlights. This is truly my shit.
Batter he faces, so the extra hitter for the Bananas goes
Oh
down
my
into
God.
a full split. Vincent Chapman has to get lower than he's ever been before.
What?
Oh, he's off for the races.
Wait, but they're actually they're not an MLB team, are they?
Oh my goodness gracious.
They're so
Brady West, by the way, a dangerous man in the box. Crossing runs are firing it high. The Bananas whipping it around the infield. The play at second, in time! Michael Deeb tags him out. Let's go! The Bananas able to cut down Brady West before he can reach second base. And continuing their pro career here in the summer series. Let's start the clock. 2 hours on.
It's not real competition. It's real to me. Pre-O thing for the 8 months.
Quick 0-2 count. Remember, there is no stepping out of the box. 3 pitches, 3 strikes. 10th pitch of the at-bat. And it's shot into left field. It's a base hit. Malachi Mitchell being waved around third. The throw from Don. Not in time.
It's real to me.
Ryan Cox is the hero in the bottom of the 6th.
Do the other teams in this league do they do performances? We saw Ben Platt, Russell Wilson, Tino Martinez. We met the princess.
He did. He popped it up.
That's so awesome.
Doc! Oh yeah! And makes the catch!
There's an actual game, but there are some different rules to encourage tricks. It comes from the tradition of barnstorming, where teams that travel around would do tricks to keep the audience entertained. Globetrotters, but in baseball.
Wow. Some flashing lights, a little paparazzi show.
There's 6 total teams.
For the Bananas right fielder. Oh, he just kissed Christopher Vasquez right on the hand.
Who are you wearing? Dolce Banana.
Wow. Dolce Banana from Tanner Thomas. That one off the hands. But Tanner Thomas.
Just how I wrote it up. I knew the pitcher could never blow it by me. Oh!
I can personally attest that it's saved probably 5 or 6.
I'm obsessed with these uniforms too.
Luke shots over second that he's there to catch every time, which is definitely something cool to see. Catch it, stay in here.
Oh! That one's caught. It's out number 3. How about that? Zach Whalen pops out to the crowd for the 2nd time in his banana ball career.
The first foul ball caught for the Bananas.
Cutter in on his hands. Oh, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, these guys are spot on right now.
This is a tough little dance right here. Hey.
You know what? It really is. It really is like if you were to watch a show on Broadway that's about sports, but it's really, it's Broadway.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Straight change. Ground ball to first.
See, this is what I have envisioned for Jets the musical.
Oh, he jammed him in it. You got room. You got room. You got room. Yeah. Bill Leroy.
Comes up to the plate.
Oh my God.
Literally on fire. His bat is ablaze. There's always a first in Banana Land. It looks like it's been no damage to the lumber.
I am in awe.
Figured that one out. And that's a hot shot up the middle.
The world's tallest hitter.
Now a 2-2 pitch.
Oh my God.
And that is a liner into center field. Splits has to get on his horse because he's barreling towards first. The throw is offline, and miracles do indeed happen, folks. You better believe. Dakota Stills Albritton has lined his first base hit in his Bananas career.
Oh my God. And so now this was a couple years ago, and now they have obviously a much bigger budget as they've grown in popularity. That is so awesome. Will, do you know about the Bananas? Oh my God, how come you didn't tell me about this? Why didn't you tell me about this? I would have gone to sports before. Yes, I would have. How do we go see them? Now apparently they're really hard to see because they're so popular. Wait, I want to, how can I be a part of this actually? Because I play softball. Hello, and I'm a theater kid, obviously. So this is totally made for me. Another clip
of this capacity crowd.
Oh my God.
Anaheim, California. We need you to put your hands up towards the sky.
The little baby
and
banana.
get your spirit fingers going. Because it is time for
Spear
the
fingers.
most storied tradition in all of Banana Ball. This tradition began 10 years ago on the very first night of our existence and has brought good luck endlessly to your Savannah Bananas. Anaheim, it is time to meet tonight's Banana Baby.
These are not spear fingers. These are spear fingers.
Levi. He is 3 months old, 13 pounds, and very...
Imagine you're this baby and you grow up and there's this there's this moment enshrined in history. Why isn't it me?
To be being
Why am I
held
not
up
that baby?
in front of this capacity crowd. It's okay, Levi. This is a moment
It kind of looks like they're sacrificing the baby.
that you will never remember anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for our banana baby.
This baby's going to be an adult one day and be like, yeah, it's true. I was the banana baby. I was the banana baby.
Keep going, keep going.
Oh my God, the banana baby. Okay, here's what they have coming up. Oh my God, it's all sold out. Damn. Okay, it starts to not be sold out. This is in Connecticut. Oh, oh my God, wait. Oh, for a second, I thought that said... Oh my God, that's so painful because I have to go to Chicago twice this year. Will. The bananas are going to be at Wrigley Field in Chicago. July. Oh, crap. Oh, why can't this be a weekend that I'm going to be there? Okay, let's see. They also are going to be there. Are they coming to Busch Stadium, St. Louis? Damn it! Also not going to be there. This is giving when you wanted to see Jesus Christ Superstar. I know. I'm trying to see. Damn, they're not coming to California. Damn. Oh, that stinks. I am going to consider, even though I have to go to Chicago twice this year, I am going to consider that week. Yes, this is Leslie Stahl from Marcel the Shell with Shoes On.
Harlem
the same one.
Globetrotters, only more so. Take a look.
The story. It all went to Disneyland. His yellow suit got kicked out. I think it was last or 2 weeks ago. Disneyland hosted him yellow suit and all for banana. The founder wants to keep it affordable so people can go. The point being entertainment for the community and not making as much money as you can. And stadiums do so much stimulation. They always have like noises. And then trying to do games on the big screen, like Shell Game and all that, trying to keep, obviously people drink a lot because it's like, hey, it's very ADHD shit. I know. Just so much happening constantly. Also, I don't know if I told you all this, but when I went to my first Dodgers game, we were on screen. This is. But what about? I was about to say the same thing. This is Curious George's adopted father, the man in the yellow suit, playing.
Oh,
people just want to have fun. They want to enjoy themselves. They love entertainment. Remarkable because it can be so crushing, obviously, to not make it to the majors. That's your dream, you know, and there's still opportunities to play if you don't make it to the majors, but you're always going to be reminded of the fact that you didn't make it to the big leagues. But getting to be a part of a team that does something so differently, you know, it's not just playing baseball, it's performance. This video harkens back to last night's film and how brutal. It's truly just be flamboyant and theatrical and whimsical. Just wow. This, you know what? This was a heartwarming story that we needed. Damn, they have 11 million followers. Holy moly. realize you didn't know these guys existed. Not gonna lie, had no idea. I mean, this is a way to find a whole new audience in baseball too. Because I think a lot of people think baseball's boring, you know? It is boring. It is boring. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many games, and a lot of times stuff doesn't happen. I had a lot of fun at the Dodgers game, but nothing happened until the last inning. Now, Will was explaining to me that the Dodgers, I don't know if this is a thing that other teams are doing too, but they now have a pitch clock to cut down on how long the games are, because that was a major reason people were leaving, and also why they were associating baseball with the word boring. That's the whole league. Okay. And it did significantly cut down on the time. I think it was like 2 hours, maybe. So that was a good change. I'm telling you, everyone's got some inner whimsy in them. They do. Yeah, but this ain't got shit on Jimmy Kimmel. Oh my God, we have to talk about Jimmy Kimmel again. We have to talk about Jimmy Kimmel again, because once again, we are Jimmy Kimmel. But this time it's Melania Trump who's coming after Jimmy Kimmel. New some Jimmy. She is now calling on ABC to step in. And I'm just wondering if the BBC is going to want to have me back on to talk about how we are Jimmy Kimmel. How average baseball game length has changed over 100 years. 100 years ago, baseball games were reliably under 2 hours. Over time, baseball games got longer and longer. The 1988 New York Yankees were the first team to average more than 3 hours per game. That is because of ads. From 2004 to 2014, game length increased by an average of 17 minutes, while scoring decreased by an average of 1 run per game. Introducing the pitch clock in 2023 helped cut down the average game length by about 30 minutes. Yes, also pitcher changes, ads, all of that contributing to games getting astronomically long. And there's only so many hot dogs you can eat, especially when hot dogs are like $15. They're like, well, I ate my hot dog and I drank my beer. And I did the shell game along with everyone else. It's because between every half inning, there's a commercial break. Yeah. The people love longer games with less scoring. That's what everyone enjoys. Well, the other thing, too, is that I feel like pitchers are too good. They're too good. So there's really not a lot of runs that are happening in a lot of these games. There weren't even really hits that were happening in the game that I went to. Modern pitching tech is so wild. And it's really hard to get hits off of these professional pitchers because it's just so hard. So it's tough. Hitting a baseball is one of the hardest things to do in any sport. I know. I was like, can we just get a grounder? No hitter games used to be next to impossible. Yeah. And the game I went to wasn't a no hitter, but very, very few hits. And the score ended up being 2-1. And that didn't happen until the eighth or 9th. Really love a good pitching duel, but back when Bonds and Sosa and everybody were juiced up, that was super fun. It's like, you know what? I do kind of want to see a home run. So if you got to juice up, then you got to juice up. Because we're getting kind of bored out here. So do what you got to do. Maybe make steroids mandatory. Make steroids mandatory. Okay, let's talk about why are we
media and here
defending Jimmy Kimmel? Well, because everything, time is a loop. Time is circular. Okay, so here is Jimmy Kimmel at this was the not actual White House Correspondents' Dinner. This was the who hosted this? Yeah, this was the real White House Correspondents' Dinner. Because usually the way that the WCHD works is that there is a comedian who is hired to roast the president. That has been the tradition. And of course, Trump, with his incredibly thin skin, said, nope, we're not doing that this year. And instead, you're going to be entertained by mentalist Oz Perlman. Yeah, no more comedians making fun of the president and other high up officials. Instead, we're going to have a mentalist. No jokes, just mentalist stuff. So Kimmel made this joke at the real White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Our First Lady Melania is here. Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
That's honestly, for a Jimmy Kimmel joke, pretty funny. But that's it. This was taped 2 days prior, mind you. Okay, so they're trying to make it seem as if this was taped after the latest attempted assassination of Trump. And mind you, Caroline Leavitt was actually telling us what was going to happen at the dinner. But here's Melania. Here's Melania Trump. She's super pissed. Kimmel's hateful and violent rhetoric is intended to divide our country. His monologue about my family isn't comedy. His words are corrosive and deepens the political sickness within America. People like Kimmel shouldn't have the opportunity to enter our homes each evening to spread hate, but it's totally fine for her husband to do it. A coward. Kimmel hides behind ABC because he knows the network will keep running cover to protect him. Enough is enough. It is time for ABC to take a stand. How many times will ABC's leadership enable Kimmel's atrocious behavior at the expense of our community? You know she didn't write this. You know she did not write this. She either used GPT or somebody wrote this for her and she posted it. Okay. Also, do you think Melania Trump gives a shit if Donald Trump was actually assassinated? No, she doesn't.
When you read the manifesto of this shooter, ask yourselves, how different is the rhetoric from this almost assassin than what you read on social media and hear in various forums every single day? The answer.
Okay, apparently there's more. Apparently there's more jokes than that. But I'm sorry. It's Jimmy Kimmel. There's only so far down he will go, you know?
If you're being honest with yourself, is that there is no difference at all. Much of the manifesto of the would-be assassin is indistinguishable from the words that we hear daily from so many. For example, as the First Lady of the United States pointed out this morning, just 2 days prior to the
Okay, well, definitely not the radical leftists that the Trump administration's always trying to blame, considering that Cole Thomas Allen was a centrist. He was like retweeting Brianna Wu and Noah Smith, or a radical centrist.
shooting, ABC's late night host Jimmy Kimmel disgustingly called First Lady Melania Trump an expectant widow. Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband? And having experienced what I did with the First Lady on Saturday night, I can tell you that she was anything but that. This kind of rhetoric about the president.
Yeah, because he survived. Also, no one said murder. No one said murder. There are so many different ways that hypothetical in this Jimmy Kimmel joke that Trump could hypothetically die. One being that he's old.
The First Lady and his supporters is completely deranged, and it's unbelievable that the American people are consuming it night after night after night. As President Trump said on Saturday night at this podium, we as
he's a rotting corpse. Donald Trump is a rotting corpse. There are so many ways he could be taken out naturally.
Americans must recommit ourselves to resolving our differences peacefully and uniting around the shared values that make our country great.
And we're hearing it again from President Trump, who just posted in the last maybe 3 minutes here on his Truth Social account about Jimmy Kimmel, frustrated with a comment, and we heard from the First Lady as well.
How is Jimmy Kimmel? How is Jimmy Kimmel like leading the resistance here? This is now twice that he has incensed Trump so greatly that he is trying to get ABC to fire him again.
Calling Melania Trump a quote-unquote expectant widow. Walk us through the dynamics here. This is not the first time that the president has taken exception with something on the late night shows.
It also makes the joke funnier. It makes the joke funnier that you have Trump and his admin who are pitching a fit, losing their minds, and they keep quoting the joke.
Monologue.
Yeah, and in particular, Jimmy Kimmel, that late night host, has certainly been the subject of criticism from this administration, from the president. What is notable, Hallie, is what you point out, the fact that the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump, is speaking out about this. This was a monologue, some jokes that Jimmy Kimmel made on his show Thursday evening, so 2 days.
No, it's so ridiculous. And yes, Trump threatened to genocide Iran while in the process of continuing the ongoing genocide in Palestine. These bitches want to complain about how we talk about Trump. How these people who are always talking about snowflakes, always, have made fun of liberals not having the ability to enjoy and understand comedy. Isn't this the comedy is legal again crowd? Comedy is back. Comedy is legal.
Before Saturday night's event, where he was sort of joking and trying to talk about the First Lady looking so beautiful on Saturday evening that, quote, she had a glow like an expectant widow. So the First Lady today posting that was hateful and violent rhetoric that she says is intended to divide the country. She went on to call Jimmy Kimmel a coward.
Jimmy Kimmel's dividing the United States of America.
Then did indicate that she believes that ABC should take him off the air. President Trump just moments ago
yeah, mind you, all of the disgusting things that Fox News and Trump's right-wing allies said for years about Michelle Obama. And I'm not talking about Jimmy Kimmel style jokes. I'm talking about calling her trans, transvestigating her, just disgusting things that were so racist.
Posted his own version of a similar message, also calling for ABC to fire Jimmy Kimmel from his position, to remove him from his show. And this isn't the
Trump just posted the Obama's ape video. This man just recently posted an AI video depicting the Obamas as monkeys. That was this year. And in a normal world, more normal, that would have been huge news. That's like, that would be, it's unforgivable. It would have been dominating news.
First time that we have seen the administration make those calls back in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination many months ago. Similarly, when he talked about that in the aftermath of that shooting, some of his comments.
I know this is the news, but it's also funny. Just the veneer of professionalism here. Every single time the media, even in covering a Truth Social post, it's like the most insane, disgusting screed, and having to discuss it in a serious professional voice.
In response to that, the Trump administration said that he should be taken off the air. Remember that he was, for a short time, not appearing on the show, ultimately then
it's like a serious reporter reporting on what a toddler does.
The president has had pretty tough words for several late-night hosts and comedians, certainly during this second term of his administration.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated.
Oh, they are pissed. They are so pissed because of Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel, who honestly, I'm surprised that the joke was even that good. Jimothy Kimmelothy. Okay, so this is another one he said. I'm happy you decided to stay, Mr. President. And don't worry, if we bruise your ego, it'll only make your hands look less disgusting. 48 hours before Perlman was guessing the name of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt's unborn daughter, Perlman, who's Oz Perlman, the mentalist who was hired. Back on Hollywood Boulevard, Kimmel downshifted from Donald to Melania. It was a joke about her husband's declining health and the perception that Melania Trump does not like Donald Trump. What it was not was a call for violence or a forecast that the president would be assassinated, just like the Kirk assassin joke was not a joke about Kirk's assassination. Kimmel's a comedian, and comedians make jokes on comedy shows. Isn't that what the right is all about? They all about comedians being allowed to make jokes? What would make a cold woman beyond her childbearing years glow like a pregnancy? The old jackass who she shouldn't have married and can't divorce kicking the bucket. On Saturday night, just outside the actual White House Correspondent Association's gala, Cole Allen breached a security checkpoint and had a brief firefight with Secret Service agents. Also, cannot stop laughing at the losers like Brianna Wu, who Cole Allen was a fan of and was retweeting, trying to squirm their way out of this while being typical piece of shit. Typical Brianna Wu piece of shit. I bet $1 million he's free Palestine. Never misses an opportunity to shit on the pro-Palestine crowd. She's the humiliation that she commits toward herself on a daily basis. The insufferability. Oof. You can make out the $1 million check to The Nation magazine. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And here's a screenshot of him retweeting Brianna Wu saying, my position on Gaza is nuanced. My position on what's happening to Jews at home is not. This is no different than the KKK setting fire to crosses in black people's yards in my home state of Mississippi, which she also didn't give a fuck about. Decent people need to unequivocally denounce this. And then here's Brianna today. This is a screenshot. Okay. Does that make it untrue. B, do you understand this was back when I believed your side's lies? What is she talking about? Your side's lies. When was there a period of time that you believed what? Jeet here's side's lies? Also, this was a tweet from 2024. Yeah, do you think she didn't realize that the shooter retweeted a tweet of hers post October 7th? I don't know. She's a fucking idiot. Yes, someone pointed out, amazing when the screenshot is from 2024. I don't defend this. I educated myself and changed my mind after October 7th. Yeah, and became an ultra psychotic Zionist. They literally went from, oh, this is a Haas fan, pro-Palestine. Turns out he was a DDG or pro-Israel fan. Now they're trying to say he's based, like supporting individual acts of political violence accomplishes anything. Because these people they don't have real principles. Okay? They don't have... Wait, what? My phone is on... Oh, why do I have a FaceTime call from... My phone is on silent. Okay, hold on a second. You win $1 million if you answer. Do I win $1 million if Maya doesn't answer back? Well, ignored. Guess it goes both ways. All right, I'll turn my phone off of do not disturb. What was I looking at? I was looking at this. She's testing animal knowledge. Well, I've got it all in my brain, so surely I can answer any question. She called Beach and said, and she answered, sorry that I put my phone on silent so that I can dedicate all my attention to you, my community, when I get onto stream. Drama. There's a couple things wrong with the First Lady's complaint. First, ABC certainly did not protect Kimmel from affiliate and advertiser complaints last time. He was sidelined and nearly fired. Yeah, wait, the concept of Jimmy Kimmel hiding behind AMC when they absolutely suspended him because they capitulated to Nexstar, forcing them. Nexstar, who did so on behalf of Brendan Carr's threats, Brendan Carr doing so on behalf of Donald Trump. Kimmel could not have known an attempt on Donald Trump's life would be made 2 days after dubbing Melania an expectant widow. Also, the funnier thing is that Caroline Leavitt said there will be shots fired tonight. And yet they're trying to go after Kimmel and say Kimmel knew. Kimmel's behind this, clearly. Clearly he knew what Caroline Leavitt, what did she know? Uh-huh. Yes, there were 2 attempts on Trump's life in 2024. Were there really? Is that what we're calling it? But none in the almost 600 days separating the September 15, 2024 try at Trump's West Palm Beach golf course and this past weekend's a foreshadowing argument is dumber than anyone wondering where the hell Perlman's psychic abilities were on Saturday. Yeah, didn't they have a mentalist there? How come he didn't predict that Cole Allen was going to show up? Run past all the Secret Service and security. Mentalist. Yeah, why isn't Donald Trump railing on Truth Social about how this mentalist is a total fraud. It would be incorrect to claim as some of Trump's incensed online supporters have, that the shots Kimmel fired at his fake White House Correspondents' Dinner on Thursday could have incited Allen to fire actual shots at the real one on Saturday. The concept of somebody trying to assassinate Donald Trump because of Jimmy Kimmel. Everything is such a joke. Allen lives in Torrance, California, nearly 2,700 miles from Washington, D.C. Law enforcement believes Allen traveled by train through Chicago to the Washington Hilton Hotel, where he booked a room in advance. Investigators also say Allen wrote a manifesto stating an intention to target members of the Trump administration, minus KASH Patel, which is so fucking funny. KASH Patel being the only Trump official that, per this manifesto, Thomas Allen decided to spare because he's just not worth it. KASH Patel being such an unimportant loser who's just off getting drunk at the bar, that not even an attempted assassin is interested in trying to take him out. You could not write this. I know this has been a rough few months for Cash Money. Being so incompetent and so unimportant that he was the only Trump official, and there was no reason given either. It's not like it's not like he was even important enough to warrant an explanation as to why he wasn't being targeted. And so it could be that, like, the Cole Thomas Allen just also didn't even think about him. He's like, who? Huh? That Cash Patel Z-Way interview is Z-Way doing an interview of Cash Patel? Is that confirmed? I don't see anything. There's no way. There is. That would be the end. Just start tweeting it until it happens. Should we just pretend? Should we pretend it's happening? All right, Maya's calling me back. Hello. Hello. I'm live. You're live. We're live. Yes, we are.
Can I show you on my screen?
Yeah.
Yay. Guys, look, it's the beautiful, amazing Caroline Kwan.
Here's my forehead.
Yay, that's so nice.
You're welcome.
I am calling streamers for animal trivia. Are you ready?
Yes.
As somebody who has been to LVS and has learned from me and listens to me very closely.
Yes. Also, my TED Talk queen.
Thank you. It comes out May 12th, by the way. Hey?
Yes, I was trying to find it because I wanted to watch it.
May 12th.
Okay.
May 12th.
Okay. We will be watching.
Okay. What is the ecological niche of cockroaches?
I'm going to need you to say that again, please.
What is the ecological niche of cockroaches?
Ecological niche. So where can you define ecological niche?
What do cockroaches do for the planet?
They make me lose my mind. And, you know, everyone needs a little mental breakdown every once in a while. So is that not it? Okay. Okay. My second answer is they eat. No, those are dung beetles. Okay. They clean things, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. They clean bacteria? Kind of.
They eat dead things.
Dead things. They eat dead things that need to be removed. They're trash men. They're trash men and women and non-binary cockroaches. Yes. Trash collectors. Yes.
Yes. Very good.
Yes.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for playing, Caroline.
Wait, is that it?
Yes.
You don't have any more?
No, it was beautifully done.
Okay.
You got it right.
I got 100%?
100%.
Okay.
1 for 1.
How am I ranking so far?
Very good.
Top?
Marlon took like 60 seconds to name a mammal.
So, okay, that's really bad.
Yeah, so you did really good.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you.
Love you, bye.
Love you, bye.
The angle on Maya's stream was like FaceTiming my mother. Oh no. Oh no, I'm giving Facebook mom. Hi, honey. Hi, it's your mother. Hi, it's your mother. Do you remember your mother? Me. Wait, I can't believe I got that. Now I needed as soon as she said dead things, and then I remembered. I was like, trash collectors. Right.
Hello.
Caroline.
Hello.
I'm live. You're live. We're live.
Yes.
Can I show you on my screen?
We are. Yeah.
Yay. Guys, look, it's the beautiful, amazing Caroline Kwan.
Oh my God.
Here's my forehead.
Yay, that's so nice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I am calling streamers for animal trivia. Are you ready?
Yes.
As somebody who has been to Alveus and has learned from me and listens to me very closely.
Yes.
What is...
Also, my TED Talk queen.
Thank you. It comes out May 12th, by the way. Hey.
Yes, I was trying to find it because I wanted to watch it.
May 12th. May 12th.
Okay.
Okay.
The way she said that's so nice.
Okay.
We will be watching.
What is the ecological niche of cockroaches?
I'm going to need you to say that again, please.
What is the ecological niche of cockroaches?
Not the this angle. Oh no, this angle is so bad. Oh, it really is like FaceTiming your mom. Yes, I was trying to keep it near the mic. That is true. Thank you. Thank you for noticing that. I was trying to keep the sound near the mic. I don't know what this tech is where Maya pulled me up on stream. I don't understand that. I don't know. That is advanced tech. So instead, y'all got forehead. There's my short grays. Oh no, I am Facebook mom. I am Facebook mom. Because I can't do that advanced tech. Dawn Snow, thank you for the 37 months. Saber, thank you for the 4 months. Okay, here's another Jimmy Kimmel bit that conservatives are seething over. Jimmy Kimmel calls Stephen Miller a racist, white supremacist baby handler.
Oh, look at who we have here, Stephen Miller.
This is pretty good for Jimmy Kimmel. Don't get me wrong. This is good for Jimmy Kimmel. But if it were to be, I don't know, George Carlin style comedy, I think they wouldn't even understand. It's like how, not that The Boys is that style, but it's like how MAGA chads did not know that The Boys was making fun of them. Had a very, is this fucking play about us moment after multiple seasons of the show, where if there's anything that's even a little bit deeper, even though Boys is so on the goddamn nose, they don't get that they're being made fun of. They ever learn that the Colbert Report is making fun of them? Probably not.
Have a Jesus in the house?
I think one reason that Trump has had this has had it out for Kimmel is because Kimmel's shit is pretty basic, right? It's pretty libbed up jokes. Basic stuff. Not hard to, not having to read deeper into anything. No subtext required. No understanding of satire, nothing like that. Because it's Jimmy Kimmel. It's very safe, right? And Trump has viewed Jimmy Kimmel as one of his greatest enemies. This is them having spliced in reactions from the people that he's roasted. Funny to me, Donald Trump considers Jimmy Kimmel to be a greater enemy than Zohran Mamdani because Trump is he's so superficial. He's so egotistical. And the fact that Jimmy Kimmel's been making fun of him to a late night liberal audience for years has pissed this man off to no end. It's the TV ratings. Yes, because Trump operates in television. That's his whole, he just watches TV all day. He obsessively talks about numbers, ratings. Is that all those late night tweaker messages? I bet he's sitting in the White House with the TV on. Yes, we know he watches TV all day. We know in his first administration, his aides had a hard time getting him to read any of the briefings because he would just watch TV. Concepts that they're cutting to it's from a bunch of different public appearances.
This event were very difficult to get.
Lux, thank you for the raid. Hi, everybody. Welcome in.
Not everyone was invited.
We are watching the Jimmy Kimmel roast at the alternate White House Correspondents' Center because bucking tradition, Trump said, no, we're not having a comedian. Comedy is now dead again. Comedy is illegal. We're having a mental. The one part that they're really crashing out over is him saying Melania's glowing because she's. Yeah, I mean, he had some good jokes in there, but again, it's always funnier because of the outrage from Trump that he is so predictable. He's so predictable in what he's going to crash out over. Them being mad makes it funnier. I know. And now Melania Trump getting involved. This is not funny. My husband almost died. Melania be best Trump. They're not even jokes. He's just blatantly talking about everything. Jimmy Fallon on SNL UK.
Like Britain and the United States have drifted apart. The special relationship is in trouble and something's happening with the Falklands. I don't know what that is. We could just keep making jokes about it, but first, we do want to check. Are you okay?
This is hand in hand. In hand.
Why the fuck is Jimmy Fallon there?
With Anya, Patty, and Jimmy.
Our American friend and weekend...
Okay, I've seen clips from SNL UK, and they actually have some good stuff, but why is Fallon there?
Legend Jimmy Fallon...
That's me.
...is here to bring our countries back together. Jimmy, we saw you from across the bar, and we really dig your vibe.
Too many Jimmys.
We're just two hosts sat next to a more famous host, asking him to boost our ratings. Thanks, Patty. Or Anya.
Look, Jimmy, I know America's been...
He really is the worst. He's the best.
Seeing a lot of other countries, but we were your first love. We've given each other so much.
We gave you Harry Styles. Yeah, we took your Harry Styles and made Benson Boone. Our one flips.
I'm sure we might not speak the same language, but with a bit of effort, you could learn English.
You guys could learn to floss.
Whoa, steady on that, Jimmy lad.
I don't think so. Sure, merging our cultures has gone badly in the past.
They've been sprinkling SNL alum in the UK episodes. Tina Fey hosting the first episode of SNL UK. Okay. But why Jimmy Fallon? Why Fallon? One of the worst.
Look at Lily Allen's marriage.
His whole thing was just breaking. It was like, oh, here goes Jimmy Fallon again, breaking in a sketch.
Well, sometimes it goes well. Look at Lily Allen's album.
You think Tina Fey is taking over for Lorne? That's been one of the rumors. But a lot of people were like, Lorne isn't going to leave until they have to wrestle it out of his cold, dead hands. Nothing SNL UK could top the Russell Brand Piers Morgan interview. I know. I said this when we watched that 2-minute clip. I detest Piers Morgan, but he knows his moment. And him sitting there for 2.5 minutes, not saying anything, just letting it all play out, letting Russell Brand search through the Bible for passages that have meant that he's been returning to during this trying time as he faces multiple counts of rape at a trial in the UK. He knows how TV works. Yeah. He does know how to hit those types of moments. Yeah, I saw a tweet that was like me pretending to look through the menu at an Indian restaurant when I know that I'm just going to get the chicken tikka masala. When I know that yet again I'm getting the chicken tikka. But I'm pretending that I'm getting something different this time. Another raid. Cinemark says, thank you for the raid. Getting all the raids tonight. Maybe I'll try the butter chicken this time. We're really going to branch out. Thank you so much. Welcome in, everybody. We were just talking about Jimmy Kimmel at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the fake one, where he was roasting Trump and everybody. And now they are calling for his head yet again. Perhaps a mango lassi? Yep. White rice, chicken tikka masala, garlic naan. Really changing it up. Is there a real difference between chicken tikka and butter chicken? I'm sure there is. I do think a lot of times at restaurants that I think are really geared towards white consumers. It's like Indian food, but for white people that, or for non-Indian people, I will say. There's a similarity. Some restaurants don't bother with the differences, but yes, there are different spices. There are supposed to be noticeable differences. I got curry at a restaurant at Indian Spicy, and I felt so proud for handling it. Let's go. Proud of you. Fox 5 caught on Hot Mic talking about the security at the Correspondents' Dinner.
I love that they have like 2 random chicks holding the front door open. Where's the guy? I love that they have like 2 random chicks holding the front door open. Where's the guy? We're not even trying anymore. It's not even like, I just mean like they're not even like Secret Service people. It's like the girls who work here are holding the door. Even if it was the guys, it wouldn't even make it better. It's like she's fucking just like they might as well put a doorstop in. Like, they put up a doorstop and a scarecrow. Don't fuck with this guy.
This guy's saying that? Okay. Okay, sure. Yeah, no comment. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. It's like the girls who work here are holding the door. Yeah, why is that so crazy? Isn't he an Elvis impersonator? I think that's what he moonlights as. With his supercuts ass fade. Yeah. This is the type of guy who's got like he's got the profile pic of him in his Oakleys, selfie in the car. American flag in the bio. Talking about how Sydney Sweeney is mid, but also Sydney Sweeney's boobs have defeated wokeism. The side of his head looks like a pack of hot dogs. That is so specific. Watch out when this guy goes to the ball game. When this guy goes to the ball game, people keep they think he's selling glizzies. You want me to replay? Sure.
I love that they have like two random chicks holding the front door open.
He's also the type of guy who says chicks as a slur.
We're not even trying anymore. It's not even like, I just mean like they're not even like Secret Service people. It's like the girls who work here are holding the door. Even if it was a guy,
look like hot dogs.
It's like
Wait, why does it look like he has glizzies like, cut into the side of his head?
He's fucking just like they might as well put a doorstop in. Like, they put up a doorstop and a scarecrow. Don't fuck with this guy.
Oh, his barber hates him. Yeah, he's given 7-Eleven roller dogs. Yeah, what a middle-aged man using the word chicks like that. What is that suit? I don't know. That's his special White House Correspondents' Dinner suit. That tuxedo jacket is grounds for domestic terrorism charge. Why does he kind of look like Jimmy Fallon? Is it just me? Is this Jimmy Fallon's bro? Timmy Fallon? Wait, you're right. All right. What else do I have? We've got here's just a little update on
Later today,
on the
Cole
shooter.
Allen will be transported to federal
shooter.
court to face charges. You're looking at CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman, also in Washington for the weekend's festivities.
I do love that we live in an era where people just use their petty personal grievances whenever anything happens now to try and push said grievances. The fact that immediately in the aftermath, Hassan haters were trying to claim it was Hassan. And then you had freaks like Brianna Wu trying to claim that he was a representative of the pro-Palestine crowd. Are we sure he wasn't collabing with the Mentalist? That sounds like an episode of Monk. The libs going full conspiracy mode. Oh my God, I know. Because I think there was an account that people were like, oh my God, what did he know? What did he know? And it was some random account that had posted the name Cole Thomas Allen, and the timestamp on the tweet was from 2023. It's like, you know that people can do things online that make it look as if they predicted the future. And then they were trying to show some header photo that they're like, this if you break it down, it's actually an imprint of Trump, the photo of Trump with his fist in the air. I don't know. People are doing the most. They are doing the most.
Katrina, good morning. How are you doing? And what do we know about what this suspect will be charged with?
Good morning, Errol. It's really good to be with you today. So we are still learning.
Yeah, he did the thing where he posts a bunch of names and deletes all but the relevant ones.
About what all of the charges will be against Cole Allen. But as of Saturday night, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro said that he would be charged with using a firearm during a crime of violence and assault on a federal officer.
It's time to call him, is this the only mentalist who matters? Yep. Yeah, I watched all this show twice. Simon Baker. Loved it. Some of y'all just finding out now that there's a show called The Mentalist starring Simon Baker that ran for, I want to say, at least 7 seasons. Yep. What is a mentalist? Well, they're illusionists. And they use like a combination of psychological tricks, magic tricks, to make it seem as if they have supernatural abilities. Like that they can mind read, that they can move objects, that they have telekinesis powers. Yeah, they're a brand of magicians. But I think some people buy more into what mentalists do because of the mental tricks, because of the psychological illusions, where people will buy into them, reading minds, hypnotizing people. And they don't know that they are using tricks. They just have same tricks, but also different tricks than magicians. And they refer to themselves as mentalists. If you were to call them a magician, I bet they'd get pissed. They need to watch Psych. Yeah. Yeah.
Officer. It's notable that these are similar charges.
Good mentalists will show you how they do it or work to call out hacks or schemers. Yes. So mentalists who are not schemers, they are upfront about the fact that they are employing a series of tricks. There are others who pretend that what they're doing is real per their supernatural abilities. And then this kind of gets into like, this kind of gets into the crowd that claim to be clairvoyant, that they can speak with the dead, that kind of stuff that people definitely do buy into.
Just to what we saw in the Ryan Root
Trump really
case,
thought he was reading
that's
his mind.
The second assassination attempt against Donald Trump. We also saw in that case attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate. He is now president, and we are waiting to see what other charges will unfold. But we also have.
Is David Blaine a mentalist? Yes, David Blaine is a magician and mentalist.
Sound from Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche from when he was on Face the Nation. Let's take a listen to what he had to say about this.
So there's a lot of federal charges that
David
could
Blaine,
be
the
in
creep.
play
Yeah,
beyond
David
those
Blaine,
two charges.
the
But it depends on
connected to Epstein
it depends
creep.
on us understanding his motive, his intent, his premeditation, that what led into him deciding that he was going to do what he did last night.
So we are going to see more charges revealed today at the arraignment, Errol, and they may also be looking very closely at that manifesto when they are crafting these charges, and also more at the events of what happened on Saturday night. So we should learn very soon what he will, in fact, be charged with in the end, and charges will absolutely be added to the ones we've seen so far.
And that was going to be my next question, Katrina. It seems as though those two charges barely scratched the surface of what he...
Blaine was too, Copperfield was connected. Yeah, both David Blaine and David Copperfield were extensively connected to Epstein and are in the Epstein files.
He allegedly attempted to do. What exactly will today's arraignment look like? Will we get a chance to see him or hear from him, if at all?
We absolutely should. Arraignments are usually short proceedings, Errol, but it is the first formal appearance for the defendant. He should absolutely be in court. This is when the judge will inform him of the charges against him.
The magician to
Make sure that he
pedo
understands his
pipeline.
legal rights here, that he has the right to an attorney. They'll also probably make sure that he has secured an attorney or try to work that out. But we should get to hear him when he is asked for his plea, Errol, whether he wants to plead guilty or not guilty here. And in addition, they should also determine whether he will be kept in custody or let out on bail. I would say in this case, it is more likely than not that he is going to be held and be considered a potential danger to society, given what happened on Saturday.
Yeah, we'll watch that very closely. Katrina Kaufman in...
How are the Christian allies of Trump, how are they dealing with the fact that Allen referred to his Christian faith several times in his document, in his manifesto? How are they squaring that one? Right, let's watch a little bit of Rokon on this, and then I will move on to the next
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. More details are emerging about the gunman who rushed a security checkpoint at the White House Correspondents Association dinner Saturday night and exchanged gunfire with law enforcement. The suspect was tackled and arrested before reaching the ballroom. Authorities have identified the man as Cole Thomas Allen, a 31-year-old who traveled by train to Washington, D.C. from California through Chicago.
How do you think he felt about the ballroom?
He'd booked a room at the Washington Hilton where the dinner was taking place. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. Allen was a graduate of the California Institute of Technology and worked as a tutor. In writing sent to families shortly before the shooting, Allen reportedly described himself as the friendly federal assassin, unquote, and referenced grievances with Trump policies. Allen's expected to be charged today with 2 counts of using a firearm and 1 count of assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon, and maybe more charges. Officials believe
they initially claimed he was anti-Christian, of course, because they run through the usual identifiers that they immediately start posting about. Oh, radical, lunatic, leftist, Antifa, enemy of the Christian faith. The usual.
Allen acted alone. Video from inside the ballroom shows a chaotic scene in the moments after.
And it turns out he's like the type of guy who thinks Amy Klobuchar is great.
Attendees heard nearby gunshots shortly after the dinner began.
I'm sorry, with the music, honestly, with the music, this just seems like the opening scene of Some Like It Hot.
We just watched security.
Why do people on TikTok think that this was a setup? Because people just don't believe things are true anymore. Because this is now multiple attempts that aren't close. Because people are desensitized. Because immediately every one of Trump's allies posted the same thing about the need for a ballroom, including Trump. So a lot of people took that as, oh, they're trying to justify Trump's ballroom by pretending that if the ballroom, if the ballroom were a thing, then this wouldn't have happened, because nothing is serious, because people just are so they just. It's all a joke. It's all a joke. People are like, everything is a fucking joke. When you bullshit as much as you do, it's like people expect you to be bullshitting. Yes, because people don't take Trump seriously. Nothing matters anymore.
Racing up to
It's
the
all
dais
corrupt,
and
girl.
taking President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. Also, Vice President J.D. Vance.
He had a higher chance of dying from the fall than the guy rushing a mag station levels away. I know. He fucking falls here. Can you imagine if that's how he died? It's like Donald Trump dead. Attempted shooting. You're like, wait a sec, attempted shooting, but he's dead. And it's because he fell.
We just watched security
No, he was
racing up
ordered
to the
down.
dais and taking President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. Also, Vice President J.D. Vance and other top officials
He
were
falls and Melania Trump steps on his skull with her stiletto.
rushed off the stage by Secret Service as guests crouched under tables for cover. On Sunday, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche appeared on ABC This Week and talked about the investigation.
Well, we're 12 hours into the investigation. The FBI and other law enforcement worked through the night. They executed search warrants on both coasts, both in D.C. at the hotel room where he was staying, which was inside the conference center where we had the dinner.
I mean, even in my own group chats, total silence. The only thing people were talking about was Klay Thompson cheating on Meg Thee Stallion. That's it.
And also in Los Angeles at the suspected home.
Respond to my message.
We know that he...
You post in the family group chat, OMG, shots at White House Correspondents' Center left on red.
He had 2 firearms on him, as has been reported, along with some knives. We believe that he traveled by train from Los Angeles to Chicago and then Chicago to Washington, D.C. And we've executed search warrants on his devices as well. We've started talking to folks that know him and to try to just continue to gather information and evidence. I was on the phone with the director of the FBI after 1 o'clock last night, and they were working through the night. He was working through the night. And I think that as the days go by, we'll certainly learn more, but that's what we know so far.
In his so-called manifesto, the gunman Cole Allen does not mention President Trump by name, but writes, quote, "I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do."
And I already said this, but it's true that I think more and more people are conspiracy brained. I think more and more people, including liberals, are conspiracy brained. They don't believe that anything is actually what it is. And I think, too, the proliferation of AI being everywhere, is also contributing to people being like, no, I don't trust anything. I don't trust anything. None of this is real.
Who reflects on me. I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes, end quote. He also wrote he planned to target administration officials, with the exception of FBI Director KASH Patel. On Sunday, President Trump was interviewed on CBS's 60 Minutes by Norah O'Donnell.
The so-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this, quote, administration officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this, I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands.
And I think the Epstein files has also contributed to people believing that everything is, how do I describe this? I think, okay, it's not thinking that the Epstein files, all of the collaborators and the giant web around Epstein, it's not thinking that that's not real. It's becoming conspiracy brain, because when you say things out loud, when you say billionaire pedophile cabal involving some of the most powerful people in politics and media and entertainment and sports and all the different connections between these people, because they're super rich and powerful and are doing the same crimes. So yeah, it makes sense they're connected, but I think it sets the stage for then kind of applying conspiracy brain to everything else. And it's not that conspiracies can't be real. But I know so many people who say now, including liberals and leftists, who are like, I feel like a total conspiracist in everything. The cover up the Epstein files, the refusal to cover Gaza accurately have led to the yes. Another major factor is the clear corruptness of our government and the media, and how transparently one-sided they are in supporting Israel, supporting the Israel narrative. And so people just don't trust. They don't trust. They do not trust the government. They do not trust the media.
With his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people. Horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, as a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that, because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are
never,
the gunman's words.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace.
God, he is so fucking gross. Yeah, and now here you have Lindsey Graham says they're going to introduce legislation that's going to authorize $400 million to be spent on building the ballroom. People see this, and it's not just liberals who are like, oh, they staged this so they can have their money for the ballroom. It's knowing that Donald Trump and the Trump administration are so nakedly corrupt. Every opportunity to be corrupt, they seize it. They're liars, that you cannot trust anything that they say. They lie all the time, and they lie so obviously. And now, in the wake of this attempted assassination, the focus being on the ballroom,
that would authorize $400 million to be spent to secure to build the presidential ballroom. Underneath, there will be a lot of military stuff. There will be a secret service.
And when other conspiracies are proven to be true, or things that can seem conspiratorial in nature, then it it's like a green light for everything else to be true as well. And by true in this instance, true in the belief that this was not real, that it was staged, that it was the purpose of it was to gin up support for the ballroom and get funding.
This annex, and we've paid for it by offsetting it with custom fees, but the estimate is $332 million. We're going to do $400 million because I think it's probably going to take more. Private donations can be used, but I think they should be used for buying China and stuff like that. Underneath this ballroom will be infrastructure that is national security centric. The ballroom itself will avoid
like dishware China or China the country.
The dilemma of having to leave the White House grounds with future presidents and this president's to go downtown in a place that's less secure. President Trump's
We need the ballroom in order to buy China. In order to take over China.
Said to me this morning, yesterday, we need the ballroom not just for me, but for future presidents. He literally could have left his bedroom, walked out the back of the White House, and been at the ballroom. That's what needs to happen when you have 1,000 or 2,000 people gathered in today's environment. And the sooner we get the ballroom built, the more hardened it is, the better for the country. So I hope and pray that most people in the Senate after Saturday night will support this bill.
Uh-huh. I mean, I don't think it's hard to see why people automatically jump to going, yeah, this shit was, yes, I'm coming.
That's President Trump admonishing CBS's Norah O'Donnell on 60 Minutes. Trump has sued CBS in 60 Minutes. CBS settled with him. We begin today's show with Congressmember Ro Khanna, Democratic Congressmember from California, who's called for a bipartisan national commission for political violence. Thanks again for joining us. Good to have you in our studio. Why don't we start off with this commission? What are you calling for?
Well, first of all, the violence is never the answer in a democracy. And we've seen too many incidents, not just assassination attempts on the president's life, assassination attempts on Governor Shapiro, Paul Pelosi attacked by someone going to Speaker Pelosi's house. We need to lower the temperature, and we need to look at the causes of political violence, whether that's social media algorithms, whether it's mental health issues, whether it is access to guns, whether it is heated rhetoric, and what we can do to lower the temperature and prevent violence while not trampling on the First Amendment.
So what would this mean? What would this commission look like?
Well, I think it would look at what we can do, first of all, on social media algorithms right now.
Me, when I was 10, trying to make up an argument for my parents to get me a phone. See how you thought I was lost in Costco wouldn't have happened if I had a phone. You go, look, you know this horrible thing that happened? Well, it wouldn't have happened if I got this thing that I wanted.
You have social media basically for profit, sensationalizing information and sending information to people who are vulnerable. Do we need reforms on Section 230? We need to look at what sensible recommendations there can be on gun laws, what sensible recommendations there can be for security for elected officials. What are standards in terms of...
This is what I'm talking about. Sorry to cut off Ro Khanna. This is what I'm talking about. It's not just on leftist Twitter. It's not just on like blue MAGA threads. It's all over. It's on the right as well. A lot of anonymous accounts that are spreading conspiracy theories. In the immediate aftermath of the attack on Saturday night, influencers, pundits, and random posters lit up social media platforms like X, Blue Sky, Instagram with conspiracy theories about the attack and the alleged shooter. Both left and right-wing accounts claimed without evidence that the attack was staged. Trump, J.D. Vance, and dozens of other high-profile administration officials and journalists were attending the dinner at the Hilton Hotel when a suspect later identified by media reports as Cole Thomas Allen allegedly ran past security towards the event. He was detained by law enforcement while the president and vice president were evacuated. Police said that they believe Cole acted alone, but did not expand on who his intended target was or what his motive may have been. We believe the suspect was targeting administration officials, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche told Meet the Press. On Blue Sky, which has a predominantly left-leaning user base, many people simply wrote the word staged over and over again, echoing the response to the Trump assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania in 2024. And the thing is, Trump and his administration bear a lot of responsibility in people now thinking that that everything is a conspiracy. People who automatically dismiss something like a shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner as staged. And before, this was something that greatly aided Trump when he would have groups like QAnon and other very far-right extremist conspiracy groups that were supporters of his, that helped aid him in calling everything fake news and saying that there was a deep state pedophile cabal led by Democrats such as Hillary Clinton and Tom Hanks. And Trump leaned into all that. Alternative facts. Yeah, we live in a post-truth world. On X, many claim the shooting was staged as a way to bolster support for Trump's plan to build a new ballroom in the White House. The president referenced the ballroom in a press conference after the incident and a Truth Social post on Sunday morning. And even Trump supporters who are still Trump supporters, they're still right-wing crackpots. They will also believe that this stuff is staged, though it doesn't change their support of Trump. In the same way that now a lot of them, because prominent far-right influencers have been running with this theory that the Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt was staged. Some of them, like Candace Owens, have leaned into the whole Israel's behind it, like Israel's behind everything. They're blackmailing Donald Trump. Others who think that Trump staged it for whatever reason to help him with the election. And so it's like this really, it's this bizarre reality where even some of his most ardent supporters will go, oh yeah, this is fake. Oh yeah, this is staged. But it doesn't make them turn away from him. The president referenced the ballroom in a press conference after the incident in a Truth Social post. Many prominent online Trump boosters echoed the need for the ballroom, including Jack Posobiec, Libs of TikTok, and Tom Fitton, the right-wing activist who runs Judicial Watch. Their quick response, conspiracy theorists claimed, was evidence of a coordinated campaign following the shooting. And we know that that's true. We know that they are in group chats. People like Ashley St. Clair have been exposing this, but really just confirming what we already knew. Is this another staged event? One X user asked in a post that's been viewed more than 5 million times. Other social media users who claimed the incident was staged pointed to a Fox News clip that featured the station's White House correspondent, Aisha Hasni, speaking from the Hilton Hotel. Hasni told viewers that prior to the shooting, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt's husband allegedly told her, "You need to be very safe," before the call was cut off. Fox News just cut one of their reporters off as they seemed to indicate the shooting was a pre-planned false flag, one X-user wrote in a post that's been viewed more than 2 million times. Hasni later clarified in an X post that her cell service had cut out in a location with notoriously bad service, adding, "He was telling me to be careful with my own safety because the world is crazy. He was expressing his concern for my safety." "I don't want to be fomenting conspiracies," wrote Angelo Corsone, the chair and president of Media Matters on Blue Sky, about the Fox News interview. "But I mean, this was super weird. Super weird." Leave It herself was also the focus of conspiracy theories after she said shots will be fired in an interview ahead of the dinner, referring to the jokes that Trump was scheduled to deliver. Jokes. Following the attack, ex-users claimed that the comment was strange, sus, or a curious choice of words, while sharing memes that suggested the shooting was staged. At least one mainstream outlet appeared to amplify. The other thing, too, is that we live in meme world. People will share memes because they think they're funny, even if they're not necessarily buying into it. They still share them. They still communicate in memes. And so it spreads. At least one mainstream outlet appeared to amplify the conspiracy theory as well, describing Leave It's comments as eerie and bizarre. Some of the conspiracy theories are pretty funny. Yeah, and a lot of people, as I said, they just they don't treat anything seriously. A lot of people are saying the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting was staged as a way to change the narrative from his abysmal approval ratings and his bumbling of the Iran war, said Majid Padelin, a progressive social media influencer known online as Brooklyn Dad. What do you think? Staged or not staged? A debate ensued in his comment section, with many followers claiming it was indeed staged. There were also some right-wing figures raising the possibility that the attack was staged. Was this staged, said Sam Parker, a self-described America First nationalist with a large online following, referencing Leave It's comments and footage of Erica Kirk leaving the event in tears. That was the other thing, because Erica Kirk is such a goddamn joke now, and a lot of people on the right hate her. The video of her leaving in tears, people were like, see, she's totally faking this shit. Like she fakes everything else. These conspiracy theories have continued to spread without evidence. Nothing new has been uncovered about the alleged shooter's motivation, and conspiracy theories around events tend to evolve rapidly in the days and weeks following. Opinions are still being formed. Far-right conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, for example, went from questioning whether Saturday night's incident was staged to saying it wasn't in the space of a couple hours. Marjorie Taylor Greene, another noted conspiracy theorist, hasn't appeared to have made up her mind. Many questions about Cole Allen, she wrote. People researched quickly and found some interesting things. The existence of slash poll on 4chan, its real objective, has traveled into the entirety of social media, the constant conspiracy and meme speak. It's all by design. It's built to forward this post-truth society where confusion keeps the truth useless because there's simply so much to scroll. The bots boosting such posts also helps a lot and helps legitimize these hallucinatory thoughts. Yeah, and let me be clear that in the long term here, not even just the long term, the present, but also the long term, this is really bad for our society and our world. Living at a time where we are fully post-truth, where people share AI as reality or fall for AI, where people just have a baseline of turning everything into conspiracy theory, where there's an adamancy in whatever you believe to be true. You have to stick with that no matter what facts come to light. Nothing. It's not a good sign of where we're at, I will say. I do think that realistically, the amount of work that would require to fake is just too much over something as insignificant as a ballroom. I look at kind of the broader environment here, and this is something I talk about all the time when I cover smear campaigns, where that's bad. I wish I could look at this and go, haha, who cares that people were immediately on all sides of the political spectrum, immediately running with this being staged and forming all sorts of conspiracy theories around it. But because of the implications for what that means about how people respond to everything, those implications are not good. The reality of the reality of there being so much misinformation, but also people not trying to discern truth from non-truth. I don't care. Republicans made their bed. I already said that Donald Trump and his allies greatly contributed to the idea of everything is fake. Everything is a conspiracy theory to be discussed. But I'm talking about what all of this means for this. What all this means for this world we're all living in, where not all the news is another assassination attempt on Donald Trump. I think we greatly underestimate the prevalence of deepfakes and how much more sophisticated they are becoming. It's very hard for someone like me when I try to counter conspiracy theories and misinformation that is contributing to the it contributes to the culture of bigotry, smear campaigns against the latest woman target, and how people will just not choose to believe anything other than what they want to believe and also what they initially believed. I think it's starting to get worse with people being validated by profiting politicians for denying climate change. People can deny scientific evidence. They can and are denying everything else. Yeah, and I think the population is really traumatized en masse. And I think the fact that no one in Epstein's world has been held accountable. There's been no, especially in the United States, there's been no investigations, no arrests, no nothing. And I think it's all contributing to people's breaking of their minds. I think this is all because Bernie Mac died. Damn. Forgot. Rest in peace, Bernie Mac.
What we want elected officials, how to communicate so that we aren't inciting violence in the ways that we've seen in our democracy, not to regulate it, but as a conversation about how we have more civility in our politics.
Let me ask you about gun violence. You have, how many attacks we've been talking about just in the last week, numerous other cases of gun violence across the country. On Sunday, 9 people were injured in a mass shooting near the campus of Indiana University in Bloomington. I bet most people in this country didn't even hear.
Also, the reason the chatter jokingly mentioned that was because when Bernie Mac died, there were multiple conspiracy theories and alternate versions of the truth, which was that Bernie Mac died due to health issues. He had a compromised immune system. He had medical issues. He died because of that. And he's not the only celebrity who has had this happen, but the believing that celebrities have clones, that he was killed, not that he died because of health issues. There's a lot of stuff that popped up in the wake of Bernie Mac's death that was very, very, very crazily conspiratorial, and it still persists. I'm sure if you go on internet forums, you will see people talking still about the truth behind Bernie Mac's death.
Here about this shooting with the number of victims of it in Indiana as people focused on the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting. In Virginia, you have the former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax recently fatally shot his estranged wife, Serena Fairfax, before taking his own life, a murder-suicide. In Louisiana, the 31-year-old Army veteran murdered 8 children, including 7 of his own, in a mass shooting rampage that spanned 4 locations across Shreveport last week. And we're just talking about the last week. What about the easy accessibility of guns in this country?
Well, it's shocking and tragic and makes me angry.
It's also sad because nobody is talking about easy access to guns. It's like even the usual liberals who would be talking about America's gun accessibility and the just widespread prevalence of guns, they're talking about how this was all staged. It's like, we're not even having that conversation at all, which is the frustrating conversation every time there is a shooting, something involving violence with guns that makes the news. We just give it up on that.
Congress, 10 years, we haven't passed anything significant. We know what would work. We know that when we had the assault weapons ban of 1993, 1994, that it lowered violence. We let that expire. We know we need universal background checks. We know that we need red flag laws to go to a court and take the guns away from people who have significant mental health issues where people raise a flag. And we just have not been able to pass that. But there is, I do think, a difference between political violence and all of the horrific violence we're seeing with guns more generally, and that is that political violence strikes at the very heart of democracy. We cannot have a democracy if people are saying we're going to kill you if we disagree with your viewpoint, and that has to be condemned in the most strong, unequivocal terms.
I remember.
Yeah, so.
This was not an accident. It was a result, as we know now, of preparation.
Right now at 4, federal officials outlining what they call a premeditated attempt to assassinate President Trump. The charges announced against the Torrance man accused of firing shots at this weekend's White House.
Why is Jeanine Pirro up there?
Correspondents' Dinner, plus Hetty.
I'm Eddie Chang, live in Torrance outside of the Tutoring Center where the alleged shooter worked. What we're learning about his interactions with people. The news at 4 starts now.
Unfortunately, she's the U.S. Attorney of D.C. I think I haven't checked in with her in a while. Why is Jeanine Pirro? She's been around for so goddamn long. How old is she? In her 70s at this point?
NBC4 News at 4 starts with breaking news.
She was slurring as usual.
And we begin here at 4 with the Torrance man now facing charges for the failed assassination attempt against
Jeanine
President
is
Trump.
On the case.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Michael Brownlee.
And I'm Carolyn Johnson. That man, Cole Tomas Allen, is accused of opening fire outside the White House Correspondents' Dinner Saturday night. Surveillance video shows him running past security before exchanging gunfire with Secret Service agents and then being tackled to the ground.
Now, Allen made his first appearance in court in D.C. earlier today. He is charged with attempt to assassinate the president.
She's Lebanese, but not gay, or not as far as we know.
Transportation of a firearm and ammunition through interstate commerce and discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence. We have live team coverage this afternoon on these late breaking details. NBC4's Hetty Chang live in Torrance, where she said she spoke to a parent who says her daughter was tutored by Allen.
But first, let's bring in Eric Leonard live in the newsroom with much more on the charges announced today. Eric.
Yeah, prosecutors in Washington, D.C. have filed 3 counts, including the attempted assassination of the president. The feds there say there's evidence Cole Allen had been planning this attack for weeks. Here's the U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C., who says a message Allen allegedly sent to family minutes before the shooting spelled out his intent.
I am targeting
the administration officials. They are my targets, and I'm prioritizing from the top down, the highest ranking from the low.
Jean, okay. Janine joining the resistance. Okay, girl.
And I will not hesitate.
Oh, never mind. She's reading from the manifesto. Oh,
to get involved in any
Look at
kind
KASH.
of encounter with anyone who blocks me from the president.
She and the acting U.S.
Look at
attorney
KASH
announced
trying to
that
look
3
important.
charges have been filed against
I know she was reading the manifesto.
Ellen, the
I
attempted
know, I was making a
assassination of the
joke.
President of the United States, transportation of a firearm across state lines with the intent to commit a felony, and the discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence.
Homily is
The feds
dead.
say it appears Allen fired a single shot from the shotgun he was carrying as he tried to run through a security checkpoint at the hotel Saturday, as was captured on security video. One uniformed Secret Service agent was struck in his bulletproof or ballistic vest and wasn't seriously hurt. That agent fired 5 times at Allen, but Allen wasn't struck by the gunfire. He was then arrested. Allen made an initial appearance in D.C. court Monday. These sketches show he
really did just Naruto run past and was like, that was easy.
He was dressed in blue jail clothes. He was escorted by 2 deputy U.S. Marshals. The judge advised him of the charges and the potential of a life sentence in prison if he's convicted. Allen did not enter pleas to the charges. Federal prosecutors also showed these photos of the weapons they say Allen brought to D.C. a pump-action shotgun, a semi-automatic pistol, and several knives. According to a new timeline shared by authorities, Allen
He
reserved
did
a
the
room at the hotel
Scientology raid
hosting the
strategy.
Correspondents'
He
Dinner
did.
weeks ago on April 6th, arrived by train from Los Angeles on the 24th, and allegedly staged the attack about a half hour after the dinner began on Saturday the 25th. An email Allen allegedly sent around the time of the
Why
attack
life? No one was
included
hurt?
an apology to family and friends, an explanation of his rationale for his targets, and that he indicated he expected to be wounded. Allen
hold on. He shot 1 time. He's charged with attempt to assassinate the President of the United States, transportation of a firearm and ammunition to interstate commerce with intent to commit a felony, discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence. So they claim he fired 1 time and then they fired 5 times. There were 6 shots fired. None of them was a shotgun. There were no overlapping gunshots. He didn't get a shot off. That agent was shot by friendly fire. Investigators said a Secret Service agent was hit in his bulletproof vest, though they could not determine who fired the specific shot. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? That absolutely means friendly fire.
No criminal record, and the feds say he was not someone who was on their radar as any kind of a threat. The FBI says it's now exploring whether he had any ties to any extremist groups, and prosecutors in D.C. say additional criminal charges are likely. Allen is being held without bail. He's expected to return to court Thursday. I'm investigative reporter Eric Leonard, NBC4 News. Back to you.
All right, Eric, thank you. Our team coverage continues this afternoon.
Yeah, so funny, the endless Secret Service glaze. And it seems as if potentially the one shot that ended up hitting a Secret Service agent, although it was to the bulletproof vest, came from the Secret Service.
With NBC4's hitting.
Listen to the gunshots in this one. Sorry, is that loud? I can't hear anything. It sounds like 6. But it sounds like 6, but they're all at the same time. It's in succession. Usually you would think it'd be like, okay, if he shoots, boom, and then it's return fire. It sounds like one gun is firing. Or if not one gun, that it's not return. Oh, fuck, I don't, whatever.
Chang, and a closer look at Allen's work as an educator in Torrance. Hetty, you spoke with people who knew him personally, huh?
Notice how the shots are on top of each other. It's almost like it's 2 agents who drew at the same time. Yeah, and then one of them shot the other in the chest or in the vest.
It's called C2 education. It's actually at a pretty popular.
Also, I know I'm not the biggest gun expert, but I have shot a shotgun, both IRL and in-game. And that doesn't seem like a shotgun.
Strip mall here in Torrance. It's actually been closed all day, but we did manage to speak with a woman who works next door. She says Allen tutored her 11-year-old daughter and that he was always quiet and kept to himself. C2 education in Torrance was supposed to open at 1 this afternoon, according to its posted operating hours. But the tutoring business remained locked. No one came nor went. Longtime maintenance worker Rafael Robles says he would see Cole Tomas Allen going to and from his work all the time.
As long as they put in more information.
Just shooting and missing the guy running as all the bullets travel in the direction of the crowded room. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like, okay, they shot at him, but he didn't get shot. He that was a lot of shots because he was so fast.
Oh no, yeah, he's good.
It's just one of those things where you just never know who you're around.
Cecilia Peralta, who did not want to show her face to protect her privacy, is a State Farm agent who works next door to C2.
Need to see the footage of this going down. You're telling me that we can't see the footage of this? They will never show you. They have the cameras, obviously. I'm sure this whole scene was captured, but they're not going to show it.
She says Allen tutored her 11-year-old daughter in reading comprehension and math.
It was very shocking. I didn't realize that he had tutored her. Yeah, I did ask her. I showed him the picture and I said, hey, do you recognize them? And she's like, yeah.
Yeah, I have a hard time thinking, too, that they would have tackled him. That they would have prioritized keeping him alive. They clearly missed. Seemingly one of them hit one of the other Secret Service agents and then jumped on top of him.
But I didn't bring anything else up.
Peralta says she would often see Allen eating lunch by himself as recently as the week before last.
He was just very shy,
Hogan,
very
thank you
quiet,
for the gifted.
You know, I'd come across him on the hallway, wouldn't look at you, he wouldn't interact. He'd come out and sit here and have lunch, and that's about it.
According to a LinkedIn post by C2, Allen was named Teacher of the Month in December 2024. In a statement, the private tutoring company wrote, "We are shocked to hear the news of the horrifying incident that transpired at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We are cooperating fully with law enforcement to assist them in their investigation."
What's your conclusion on his political views? Honestly, he's giving centrist. He's giving blue sky centrist. The fact that he was a fan of Noah Smith, retweeting Brianna Wu, which with her, it's always attacking pro-Palestine leftists. Retweets that were anti-Hassan. Seems like we've got a centrist up in here, a centrist lib. A person who thinks Hassan Piker's too radical but then proceeds to try to assassinate the president is something that only Blue Sky could produce. Oh my God. I would simply not vote for the literal biblical devil from hell, but I guess I'm built different. That's a retweet. I've spent a lot of time in countries where graft and grifting are the norm, and I assure you that it's worth a truly immense cause to prevent that from taking hold in our society. You do not want to live in that kind of society. Yeah, I think he donated to Kamala in 2024. So he's probably the type of centrist lib who was cheering on the Cheneys being on the campaign trail. He's giving that he follows a certain streamer undergoing a criminal investigation for revenge, sexual abuse material, and CSAM. Betty blames the Muslims in Michigan for her losing. Yeah, it's giving all that. I mean, I think just the fact alone that he was out here retweeting Noah Smith, that's all you need to know. And then and then obviously he hated Trump.
Investigation. Violence of any kind is never the answer.
Obviously, his behavior with the kids must have been good.
The kind of guy who says fuck around and find out when ICE deports Hispanics because he blames them for Trump's whim. Yeah. Automatically assuming that someone being deported by ICE voted for Trump and therefore deserves it.
For him to get that recognition.
Peralta says her daughter stopped going to the tutoring center about a month ago.
While she was here, I did feel like she was safe. I never had the feeling like anything was wrong.
The maintenance worker we spoke with today thinks that this tutoring business has been here for more than 15 years. We have not been able to confirm how long Alan worked here. We're live in Torrance. Hetty Chang, NBC4 News.
Hetty, thank you. Our coverage of the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner continues later this hour. We've been reaching out to local schools that Alan attended, asking colleagues and acquaintances if anything stood out before this attack. NBC4's Macaulay Medina will join us with what he's learned. We'll also be joined by one of our colleagues here in studio. She was in the ballroom when the shots rang out.
He also had a sign for a local Democrat-backed judge on his front lawn.
We'll hear Telemundo 52 anchor Dunya Elvir's firsthand account of those chilling moments.
And all of the...
Well, I mean, look. The thing, too, with this guy is like a lot of people in this country blame the government, rightfully so, for their deteriorating conditions. And it seems as if he was well educated, but was struggling to procure stable, well-paying employment, you know? And Donald Trump is the president. So yes, his political posts indicate, and his, other stuff they've dug up, indicate that he was on the centrist liberal side. But at a certain point, it's like, I don't know if the politics are the key here, because these previous attempts were from people who were on the other side. come from a more Republican background, and I do think that there's a story in that. How do you have it? Let's say that we're not buying into the conspiracy theories, okay? That we are believing these to be legitimate attempts from disgruntled individuals to take the president down. How do you have multiple people from different walks of life, from different backgrounds, who are choosing to target the president of the United States? What does that say about how many people are struggling, and also, mix in mental health issues? It's not just like, oh, someone doesn't have a job, so they decide to go try and assassinate the president. But I think I think more and more people feel like they have nothing left to lose. You have to look at what's uniting them. Yeah, let's just undermine society for 60 years and see what happens. And Trump is also a really incendiary figure. There are those who align themselves with the Republican Party, who would say they're conservatives, who hate Trump. First crack in the dam, everyone before wasn't a scorned, insane Trump supporter. Yeah, maybe they were, former fans of him. They feel scorned by him. They feel tricked, or they've always thought that he was the devil. Maybe they do ascribe to conservative ideology, but believe that Trump is the Antichrist. The PA shooter was an Ilhan Omar hater, and he made so many comments on YouTube threatening her life, so he shouldn't be normally a Trump supporter. Yeah, but those are the contradictions that come about when you take people who are economically disenfranchised and also dealing with mental health issues, and overall have the feeling of nothing to lose. Even liberals are Ilhan Omar haters. Yes, there's a lot of people across the political aisle who are very racist towards Ilhan Omar. Liberals who would probably go, well, I don't like Trump, but I do agree with him when it comes to Muslims. Breaking the social contract and destroying any hope for a future will have some unintended consequences. Yeah, that is true. So anyway, let's talk about one other thing. One other thing related to related to this. I've seen he's allegedly an intern at NASA via her propulsion. When I think of Amy Esker and other NASA science-related people going missing, offing themselves, etc., I wonder. God, we just really all need a mental reset. We have a very traumatized population, and it's only getting worse. Okay, so I'm sorry, but I have to talk about the loser known as Michael Tracy. I hate this man so much. I think he continues to rise in the ranks of my most hated figures. He's fucking disgusting. So Michael Tracy comes from the Young Turks. I don't know. I don't think he's still there, but I know once upon a time he was there. Also, Vijalmer, thank you for the prime. Noodle Cake, thank you for the prime. He is disgusting for a multitude of reasons. One being that he is the guy on Twitter who is very loudly coming after Epstein survivors and trying to pretend that everyone who is talking about Epstein and his larger circle is doing so in a really disingenuous, hyperbolic way. He's very gross. The things he has said about Virginia Giuffre, who's dead, the things that he has said about the Farmer sisters who were really instrumental, have continued to be instrumental in the fight for justice. He's a pedo defender. He's a pedo defender, and he just keeps becoming more of he's like the pedo defender now. Like not even Trump's pedo defender allies are going this hard and this consistently as Michael Tracy is. He's so gross. And one person who he has targeted over and over again is Julie K. Brown. Julie K. Brown, Miami Herald journalist, broke the story in 2018, which reignited the Epstein case, led to Epstein being arrested. Now Epstein is dead. But Julie is one of the most important journalist voices when it comes to Epstein reporting, okay? And Michael Tracy has been stalking and harassing and threatening this woman. So apparently this happened, and Jim Acosta ended up having to come to Julie K. Brown's aid because Michael Tracy was like accosting her. He was screaming, according to Julie K. Brown, he was screaming and blocking her from trying to leave the event. Acosta and several other men had to stand in his way to stop him from following me. And now Michael Tracy is threatening to fight Jim Acosta. He was like waiting outside of his hotel to try to fight him. Acosta stopped the accosting. Yeah. Tracy is a repulsive worm, but a fascinating one. He alienates his own side every few months and then flips on whatever issue, rinse and repeat. I think he's a masochist and loves being wrong. I think he's a freak. I think he is really a disgusting freak. He's been harassing Epstein's victims for a long time, even to the point of showing up at Virginia's vigil yesterday. This man is disgusting. He's a disgusting creep. He came to Virginia Giuffre's vigil, a woman who was a victim of Epstein, famously a victim of Epstein, and was one of the crusaders in getting justice for herself and all victims of Epstein, and died by suicide last year. Her memoir came out. It's a good but tough read. And Michael Tracy has been consistently smearing her alongside other Epstein survivors.
So journalists Michael Tracy and Jim Acosta.
Like, I do feel as if Michael Tracy needs to get his ass beat. I'm going to say it, okay? I'm going to say that he needs to get his ass beat.
Apparently almost got into a fight on Saturday.
And I know Jim Acosta's not going to do it. But you know who will? Maxine Waters, who previously Michael Tracy was throwing a bitch fit over, claiming that Maxine Waters had assaulted him. And it's a video where she's just moving past him. This old lady, all right, Maxine Waters, who's in her 80s, and Michael Tracy, who claimed that she assaulted him. Like, you know, actually, Maxine Waters should beat his ass.
Night during a party.
Is he trying to fight Olivia Giuliana? Yeah, two terrible people, although Michael Tracy I still hate more than Olivia Giuliana, but they were going at it.
In D.C., hosted by Substack.
Tracy was repeatedly calling out Acosta on X into the early hours of Sunday morning, posting the address for the Hampton Inn in Northwest.
Acosta talked about this on the I've Had It podcast. Will you link that to me? Because I would rather watch that than watch The Hill. I cannot stand Robbie, who is also a person that has referred to the Epstein case as a moral panic. Fucking hate him. Robbie Suave. Uh-huh. But I was trying to find coverage of this. Let me see Julie talking about this more. Thanks to all the kind people and security guards who helped me tonight. No one should give someone a platform to attack and harass people, even if you disagree with them. Yeah, Michael Tracy really is the fucking worst.
Joining me today to discuss all of the White House correspondence after this.
I don't want to watch this whole thing, but
10
Question is right. You know,
yourself included, you get really serious tended to divide our content.
the ways of
But I want to move
That's
on.
probably-
I'm like,
oh, here we
I
go.
want to move
That's
on.
probably why
to-
the plan was they were only going to have him come in, give his speech. He was going to go off on the press and then get the hell out of there. In part because he can't take it. He can't take a joke. That he's not going to be able to take it if somebody were to make fun of him. But the other thing is they didn't want him napping in front of the press. Can you imagine if he had been there the whole night? He would have fallen asleep like five times.
Like that press, that White House where he's totally REM.
I do wonder, it's like, does Michael Tracy get off from being so reviled? Does he get off on people calling him a disgusting pedo defender freak?
I think it was Friday or Thursday.
Yes. He's out.
Some former colleagues of yours wrote books about Joe Biden. And you know what? You want to be a president, you're worthy of all the criticism in the world. You have to be a big boy, and you're running for the big boy seat, and people are going to write books, call you incompetent. That's part of it. So Joe Biden put himself in that situation.
Right.
But I just don't see the same standard when it comes to MAGA. That image of him sitting there, and he's completely asleep.
Almost drooling. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can tell he's like a stroke victim. You can tell he's got like this. I'm no physician, but I mean, I asked ChatGPT and put a picture in it. It looked like
Grandpa needs a cookie and a Diet Coke. Stat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. So when I woke up Sunday morning, there were two big stories on my social media feeds. Number one, of course, was this quote unquote staged or not staged and or shooting in Washington. The other one was somebody wanted to whoop Jim Acosta's ass at the Hampton Inn in Washington, D.C. And I was just like, tap the vein. This shit is so good. So pop this up. So here's Michael Tracy. And he says, still have no idea whatever went on with Trump tonight. Just know Jim Acosta threw a fucking hissy fit. Pussy. Jim, meet me in front of the Hampton Inn, 901 6th Street. And so I'm like, oh my God, dang. And then he goes on to pop this up.
Why is it always the ones who would get their ass beat? An old lady could kick Michael Tracy's ass, specifically Maxine Waters. I keep suggesting it because I'm like, let it happen. But why is it always the ones who genuinely, they don't got it, who are like Michael Tracy trying to throw down? Michael Tracy, who, again, was threatening to fight Jim Acosta because Jim Acosta stepped in to stop him from accosting Julie K. Brown.
Pop up the next one, Kylie. Jim, I'm literally waiting for you right now, you piece of shit.
Oh my God. I saw all of this.
Okay,
Yeah.
so tell us what happened. What's going on? Why does this guy want to whoop your ass? Why is he calling you a pussy?
First of all, Jen, you got to stop missing the Substack party. Like, you got to show up for these things. You know,
I know.
I need eyewitnesses. No. So I'll tell you what happened. So we're at the Substack party. The whole shooting thing, of course, went down. So, you know, me and my team, we went off to like a quiet corner. We were doing a Substack. I interviewed Norm Eisen and asked him what happened. And he was there in the room. And we're coming back into the main area. And I see this dipshit, this guy, Michael. Apparently, he's like this goofy guy that trolls people up on Capitol Hill. And lately, what he's been doing is trolling Epstein survivors and reporters who work on the Epstein story. I don't know if you know about this. And
But the thing is, Michael Tracy views himself as a serious journalist. Okay. He views himself as a serious journalist. I would not say he sees himself as a troll, the equivalent of, I don't know, these like kind of those right-wing influencers who will show up to Billie Eilish's house and be like, Billie Eilish said that no one's illegal on stolen land, so we thought that we'd come into her house, that we'd stalk her and break into her house. That kind of troll, you know? Seems like a Ross Dutho type. Yeah, he definitely leans into knowing that he is the #1 Epstein defender on Twitter. And he does so in a really snarky, he's just disgusting way. Like he's so gross. So it's not that I don't think he doesn't enjoy the act of trolling, but he also believes himself to be a real intellectual.
One of the reporters that he, I guess, doesn't like is this lovely person, Julie K. Brown, investigative journalist for the Miami Herald. She's a badass. Totally. She basically broke the Epstein story. So I'm finished with the Substack thing. I walk into the main room of the party, or one of the main rooms of the party, and this Michael guy is almost literally on top of Julie K. Brown. He is bullying her. He is harassing her. He's chasing her around, yelling in her face, will not let her get away. And I basically saw this happening, and I got up in his face and I said, "Hey man, leave her alone. Enough. Get out of here." And he's like, fuck you, Jim Acosta, fuck you. And I said back to him, fuck me, fuck you. I said, why don't we step outside and deal with this? And he's like, okay, fine, all right, fine. In the meantime, I walk Julie out of the area, and I tell this guy from Substack and the security people.
Also, Julie has rightfully fears around her safety. She has been spied on by the FBI. She's been tracked by the FBI. I'm sure she has all manner of psychopaths and scary individuals who have threatened her, who have harassed her. So Michael Tracy was just the latest in a line of that, but he's at this party. He's a journalist. He's in her field. And so it's even crazier that he was doing that.
People like, this guy's out of control. You got to get him out of here. This is nuts. He won't leave her alone. And so finally they stepped in.
The Substack parties reportedly get weird. I believe that. No, people are talking about the giant Substack butter logo. Yeah, I fully believe that they get weird.
And escorted him out of the party. And I had to I pulled Julie aside to kind of calm her down. Aww. And she was so upset. She's this very small person.
She's so sweet.
And she's so sweet. And, first of all, my attitude is like, dude, pick on somebody your own size. Don't be such a bully. Don't be such an asshole. And I guess earlier in the day, he went to a vigil for Virginia Giuffre and was trolling them. I don't know if you guys have it. He was trolling them.
But he also left a sticker on his pants with the size.
I saw it.
Oh my God, he left the size tag. Oh, what a dork ass loser. I bet he returned them. Yeah. I bet he got his stinky farts all in those chinos and then returned them.
Palmieri post first. I went to Virginia Giuffre's memorial today, and who was there was M. Tracy, a man who has made defaming Giuffre a full-time job. And then Derek guy, he's the guy who's always commenting. It's really cool Twitter account. Great. Yeah, fashion account. He says someone needs to remove the size tag on M. Tracy's pleated chino. So what's the background on this Michael Tracy? Is he
I don't know.
Just a big MAGA nut?
So I think he might be. Apparently, there was some situation that happened. There was a story in 2017 where he was in the middle of it, where he had gone up to Maxine Waters, the congresswoman.
Oh, yeah.
And
He's not a MAGA nut, though. That's what's also just, oh, God. You know what's so crazy? His Wikipedia says that he's a left-wing American journalist and political commentator. You want to know the other thing too? This guy is only 4 years older than I am, Michael Tracy. Here he is. Ew. Between 2017 and 2018 is when he worked at the Young Turks. He's now employed as an independent journalist. He supported Bernie Sanders in 2016. In 2020, he supported Tulsi Gabbard. 2017 was the Maxine Waters incident. 2024, he substituted as host for journalist and commentator Glenn Greenwald's web news show System Update. He published an article in which he wrote that he had not voted for a major party candidate since 2008, but he does not believe that third parties are credible. He's from Jersey. Did Will work with him? Well, I think I asked Will one time if he knew this guy, and he said no. 2017, Will still would have been at Young Turks, but Will really only worked with Hassan. Will was he was an independent contractor, and he just worked with Hassan on Hassan's shows. So like they did the breakdown together. So he was not employed as a journalist who would have come into contact with other journalists at TYT. Yeah, so I guess I would say he's an anti-woke centrist. Michael Tracy, I don't know.
Spewing these pro-Russian talking points to her, and she called him out and walked away. And it's hilarious video. And
sounds like he loves pedophilia.
my friend Tommy Christopher over at Mediaite sent it to me, and I was looking at it yesterday. And I guess at the time, Michael Tracy accused Maxine Waters of like kicking his ass or something, roughing him up. And all she does is like walk away from him. So this guy is just
No, he specifically said that she assaulted him.
full of shit. And so apparently he has this thing now for the Epstein survivors. There was the big press conference. Remember when they gave this big press conference up on Capitol Hill?
Yeah.
He was there trolling them during that press conference. And then afterwards, when I saw him Saturday night, I was like, oh my God, it's this guy that trolls the Epstein survivors. And what kind of scumbag can you be when you are trolling survivors of sexual assault? And
I will say, Michael Tracy, not the only scumbag to come from TYT. Some real interesting people in the TYT world. Yeah, TYT alums got two speeds. Emma and Hassan are Michael Tracy and Jimmy Torre.
Sexual abuse
supporter.
and pedophilia. Yeah, well, yeah.
The Trump supporter. I mean, it's just a basic run-of-the-mill Trump supporter. You know,
he's
all
a troll. He's
Totally.
a nasty, disgusting troll who doesn't pull the stickers off.
No, what's even, I actually think it makes it more disgusting and pathetic that Michael Tracy is not MAGA. He's not a Trump stan who's trying to defend Trump from his obvious pedophile crimes with Epstein, but that he has just made himself the number one Epstein defender. Where it's more of that he claims Epstein, sure, he did some pedophile crimes, but everyone is panicking and has gone so insane with these witch hunts, these survivors. You know, some of them are lying. A lot of them deserve the blame. He's very victim blamey, you know, of these women who were children when they were exploited and sexually abused and trafficked. I hate having to explain the Michael Tracy ideology and motivations, but it's not that he's a Trump guy per se.
Off his pants when he picks them up, and then to challenge
Have
me.
you read any of his reporting out? Yes. And I previously would comment under his post on Twitter, and then I was like, forget this
to a
loser.
fight outside the Hampton Inn. Of course I didn't show up. I didn't see the tweet until the next day, and I'm thinking to myself, how pathetic can you get?
Michael Tracy will do the thing where, let's say an Epstein survivor had a detail that they misremembered, that they got wrong, something like that, which happens all the time when you are a victim of abuse, and victim of abuse when you were a teenage girl, when you were a child, and now you're an adult and trying to fight for justice, to pursue accountability for the predators who abused you. And the fact we know trauma affects memory, and that sometimes little details change or are misremembered, but the core of it, the core of the allegations are heavily corroborated, are backed up by other similar instances. It's just absurd and disgusting that he will hone in on one thing that maybe changed and say these women are liars.
A rumble outside the Hampton Inn.
Hampton Inn. It was
The
so
Motel
unhinged.
6 not available? Like, give me a break.
It's so unhinged. But
I did tweet at him. I said, "Did you at least get the free breakfast?" Because the waffles are breathtaking. And I hope he got some waffles out of it at least.
I love that you took up for Julie, and she's been on our podcast a couple of times, and she's like she is an incredible journalist who has advocated for these survivors and shining a light on these wrongs that happen to these little girls. And so Julie Brown posted thanking you. Pop this up, Kylie. She says Acosta was a
Here's Michael Tracy. The Epstein hysteria is a moral panic. Basically says that it was one man's private sleaziness that has snowballed into a totally false conspiracy theory, moral panic, hyperbolic, exaggerated situation. Who's paying him? Well, that's what people have been asking. I kind of think he does it, one, for the love of the game, whatever sick fucking game he thinks he's playing, and two, because he's a misogynist. He's a creep. He's a pig. Many such examples of men like him who have a baseline of denigrating and denying victims' claims because they're women, and especially when they're women who have accused powerful men.
The true gentleman who came to my aid last night after Tracy began screaming and blocking me from trying to leave the event. Acosta and several other men had to stand in his way to stop him from following me. So this is just insane. But I have to say that, to me, he is like the quintessential Trump supporter. That is like the comment section. That's the delusion of these people. So good on you for standing up for Julie. And
we got to stand up to the bullies these days. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's all about standing up to the bullies. And I told the New York Post this. I don't know if they'll print it. Who knows? It's Murdoch people or whatever. But I'll say this to you: he should pick on somebody his own size. And if he wants to pick on somebody, he can pick on me. But don't pick on Julie K. Brown. If it hadn't been for her, we wouldn't know about this Epstein scandal. She's the one who blew the lid off of it, and she deserves all the awards.
Pick on someone his own size or drink bleach.
That she's received, and then some. And I just, to me, I think you're absolutely right. He is the epitome of the Trump MAGA supporter these days. They can dish it out, but they can't take it. And he was
exactly
squealing
right.
like a little baby all weekend long about this. And, all I have to say is, hey, pal, you want to pick on somebody, pick on me.
Yeah. And, I'll just say this, at least there's not that, in my mind, there's not a big difference between this guy who wants to whoop your ass outside of the Hampton Inn and little Moses Mike Johnson. Little Moses Mike Johnson is just more polite about it. And he is
Yeah.
true.
I just think too, if you are a person who is focusing on victims' credibility rather than the gigantic cover-up, which we have evidence of over 2+ decades, Epstein being helped out due to his powerful connections. It's just unfathomable to me that you would look at the Epstein situation and not focus on the extensive cover-up due to the powerful figures at the center of the most notorious American sex trafficker and pedophiles criminal operation, and instead would try to be smearing and attacking the victim's credibility. There are so many victims also. That's the absurdity of it as well. It's like, okay, so just by the fact that there are so many survivors of Epstein and Associates, so you're saying that they're all a combination of not credible / lying / none of their testimony, none of their stories should be taken seriously. Like, there's not even one case. The files exist and no one's doing anything. Yeah, and we also know others who were pedophiles who were connected to Epstein, like Jean-Luc Brunel, who also died in prison. That it's not just that Epstein was the big bad here. Epstein being at the center does not mean that there were not ones who were not as bad, if not worse.
Really too big of a pussy, but both of these men cover for pedophilia and take the side of child rapists. And I say it over and over and over, Jim. MAGA is the anti-family death cult. That they are anti-family, they are anti-children, and all of their policies lead to death. And it's just
and you
disgusting.
saw Trump on 60 Minutes saying, "I'm not a pedophile." When
Some
you gotta
weird
say
shit.
it,
Yeah.
when you gotta say it, that ain't good. That's the
And
president.
the way he said it, I'm not a rapist. The way he said it, it was just something made my stomach like, oh my God. And
exactly.
And that's when I went back. I'm with you. And I went back to, and no, I mean, whatever, if people have to do what they want to do, but going and sitting down and playing patty cake with him, like we still have, like they're not trying to dismantle the First Amendment. And then Melania is trying to get Jimmy Kimmel fired today because these people are so thin-skinned. They're just constant victims. But Jim, I can't thank you enough for joining me. Do you have any last closing thoughts on the White House correspondence?
I'm with you 1,000% on all of this MAGA stuff. And, to me, one of the biggest stories of this second term, which has been a dumpster fire for.
I love how he said that when she was literally just reading the manifesto, by the way. Guilty conscience much. Files also basically spell out that all the large modeling agencies were working together and on Epstein. Basically, modeling during that time made you involved or 1 degree away, and the modeling agencies are continuing on today like nothing. And, okay, as I have said, I do think it is important for people to not spiral out and believe that every single person whose name pops up, it's like Obama's name pops up in the, there's a lot of people who there's no other evidentiary connections aside from because they were mentioned, like Norm Finkelstein is mentioned because Epstein had reached out to him and Norm basically said, go fuck yourself. So Norm's name pops up in the files because of this email correspondence, but Norm had no interest whatsoever in any type of relationship with Epstein and was like, this guy's a sick fuck. He is you are a fantastic moron. So, as I said, don't think that every name that is in the files is there because they are a pedophile and were committing crimes in Epstein's circuit. Like Jon Stewart pops up in there. Yeah, there's a lot of there's also a lot of FBI tips and stuff that's never been it's never been corroborated by anything else. But it's like you can make that point, and that is not the same thing as saying that this is hysteria around Epstein and his associates, that this is all a moral panic and it's so overblown. And it was one guy who did some not great things, but otherwise everyone is acting so hysterical. Patton Oswalt shows up in there because Epstein talked about a movie that he was in. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm referencing. Oh God, this is so annoying to me. I wonder if I might just need to get a new cord. Might just need to get a new cord to replace that. Okay.
And after this, I'm still not a fan. It seems like a lot of...
All right. Oh, wait. I forgot to watch this little tidbit. Taylor Swift is filing several trademarks
Also tonight, one of the most...
to protect her voice and likeness from misuse. So she's not the first celebrity to do this, but I imagine we're going to see more of this happening where celebrities are trademarking their voice and image.
Recognizable names in music. Taylor Swift is taking some steps to try to protect herself from AI, not just her music, but her voice as well. She's filed multiple trademark applications trying to protect a specific likeness from her Eras tour, as well as some audio you're going to recognize, like how she says her name. Listen to this.
Hey, it's Taylor. Hey, it's Taylor Swift.
She doesn't want anybody else.
There are people who've been saying if you're not in the files, you weren't cool. Yeah, that was what's her name? The British socialite who dated Epstein. She was saying if you weren't in the files, it's because you're not cool.
AIing that, right? This is the latest move by a big artist to try to protect themselves in this age of AI. It's not unprecedented by a public figure, even if it is the first for a musician with Swift's stature. Remember Matthew McConaughey? We talked about this. He tried to get some similar trademark protections against AI content that misappropriates somebody's likeness. He was granted 8 of those trademark protections. Let me get to Aaron McLaughlin. Without getting too into the legalistic lingo on all of this, Swift is one of the biggest pop stars, one of the biggest celebrities in the world, and she's trying to throw some legal muscle behind protecting, her content.
Yeah, that's right, Holly. And
protecting her content, but also her likeness has been used in so many AI images and deepfakes. If you remember the incident last year, or 2024, I think it was, that she was a victim of mass sexually explicit, non-consensual deepfakes. And then the Swifties mobilized to protect her. And pretty quickly, a lot of that got shut down, which is not always the case because not everyone is Taylor Swift and not everyone has the Swiftie fan base. And then Donald Trump had also posted AI images to Truth Social that showed Taylor Swift endorsing him for president. It was fake as fuck. Obviously, he used AI, but that was another instance of AI versions of Taylor Swift being a national story.
Question being, will she be successful? This application has yet to be granted. Legal experts looking at this situation see this as an attempt in the age of AI for Taylor Swift to protect her image, her likeness, as well as her non-singing voice. Remember, her songs are trademarked, so those can't be legally replicated online, but everything else up for grabs in the era of deep fakes. So
yeah, this is a new legal path. Registering a celebrity spoken voice as a trademark is a new use of trademark registration, and this has not been tested in court before, so this could potentially cause an avalanche of other celebrities and public figures following suit. And in the past, celebrities would rely on, or singers specifically would rely on, copyright law that would protect their recorded music. But we are no longer in the past. We are at a time where AI technologies are used all the time and have easy accessibility. So pretty much anyone can use AI, and they are constantly generating content that mimics somebody's voice, and it's getting around the copyright, like the previous copyright law and all the precedent there, because there's a gap there since it's not legally, technically, whatever, the celebrity's voice as it's generated artificially. Now there's this gap that needs to be filled per legislation that would offer protection against that.
The legal team taking this action, again, we'll have to see if it's granted, but this is an effort to sort of give her broader protection from those deepfakes. Take a listen to what one legal expert had to say.
If you are able to secure a trademark on your likeness or your voice, then that is almost like having a legal notice that makes it much easier to get any images or sounds that could be confusingly similar taken down. So if she were able to secure these trademarks, it would make it a lot easier to have images of her removed off the web when she doesn't want them there.
So more protection, in theory, if these trademarks are granted.
I mean, here's the thing. This is what should already be legislated. This is the type of regulation and legislation that we're talking about, where artists should not have to file, and not just artists, but for all of us, should not have to file to register trademarks in order to protect their image, in order to protect their voice and their image.
But again, this is very much a legal black box. Matthew McConaughey successfully trademarking that, his saying, all right, all right, all right. That has yet to be tested. In fact, none of this stuff has been tested so far in court. But what this does do is it allows a deterrent as well. Last year, Disney.
And this would also prevent fuck-ass movies like that Val Kilmer film that we talked about from happening, because these are people who are dead. So they aren't going to be taking the steps like Taylor Swift is here to protect their likeness from being artificially generated. And if they have families who are happy to exploit that for whatever reason, then there's nothing to be done. And they can't give consent, which is a big part of the problem here.
He issued a cease and desist to Google's Gemini AI model. Gemini was producing likenesses of Disney characters, their films. Gemini then pulled all of that content down at the request of Disney. So it's also seen as an important deterrent going forward as well.
But that is what's so interesting, Aaron. You raise this idea like there is not.
No, this would not affect the Taylor Swift impersonator. What's her name? Ashley something or other, because trademark law has already carved out exceptions for parody and satire. Now, if parody and satire gets into certain other things that could be argued in a court of law are legal violations, then that's a different story. But as far as that was a joke. Well, for anybody who's asking though, for anyone who wants to know, that is protected, but that wouldn't apply with AI because they're not impersonators, which is why it's not even falling under trademark law, whether it's a violation or an exception that has been carved out. It's a good question. Yeah, it is a good question. So essentially, this has to do with anything that's AI generated. And, you know, I gotta say, Taylor Swift is the perfect kind of person to set legal precedents like this because she is so famous and has infinite resources that if anyone's going to do it, it's her. Yeah, she's got the money, she's got the influence, and she's probably I bet you she's one of the most deep-faked people on this planet.
Some well-charted path that some of these celebrities can take that gives them a blueprint of how to make these moves. It really is, you know, we say unprecedented a lot here in D.C., but it really is unprecedented waters in many ways.
Yeah, absolutely.
This argues that you're not a human unless you commodify your likeness and register as a trademark. There is something very dystopic about that, I will say. Are we going to be living in a time where unless you trademark your likeness, you don't have any ownership over it? Yeah. You're not a human unless you commodify your likeness and register as a trademark. Yeah.
And the legal standard here is going to be confusingly similar. Are these AI deepfakes confusingly similar to the content that celebrities such as Taylor Swift, her image, her voice out there on the internet right now?
We thank you for watching.
The other thing, too, is that obviously celebrities are the first to be first to fall victim to this kind of tech, but also are the ones who are first in line to protect themselves against it. Most people don't have the money that is required to legislatively fight in the way that Taylor Swift can. Even then, your humanity is not really valued. The brand is what's being protected. Yes. Because the commodification aspect. Most of us are losers whose identity can't be monetized. We don't have the this is a brand, and we don't have the money to fight that, to register trademarks. You know, that takes resources. That takes having lawyers. Loophole. AI companies are using their tech to do surveillance. If I trademark my likeness, they can't legally record me. Ooh. Going after all these AI companies who are violating your trademarked likeness. Think again. Look what idiots online are doing. What are the idiots online doing? Let's see. Please don't do this. It's all fun and games until you realize you just uploaded a high-resolution biometric map of your hand to a third-party server. Unlike passwords, you can't change your palm lines or fingerprints if they get leaked. or used to train unauthorized authentication systems. This means your unique physical traits could become key to biometric spoofing. Someone might use them to bypass lock screens, approve fraudulent payments. Far! Far! Hey! Farley, come here. Come here. So you can't change your palm lines or fingerprints if they get leaked or used to train unauthorized authentication systems. This means your unique physical traits could become key to biometric spoofing. Someone might use them to bypass lock screens, approve fraudulent payments, or break into places that use hand geometry scanners. Your biometric data is what you're giving up. You don't do that. Go find one of those. Go find a palm reader. If you're in Los Angeles, there's one on every street. Okay? There are plenty of palm readers out there. You do not need to upload an image of your palm, thus giving over your biometric data so that GPT Image 2 will read your palm. Ah! This is why I hate the IG trends where people post old pics of themselves at different ages. There are so many ways that we hand over our data every single day. And then there are ways that our data is just stolen every single day. And some of this stuff is not so obvious. And yes, living in this current world, being surveilled, being online, there's to an extent, without these companies facing any regulation, our data being handed over without us really understanding how, or if we understand, we're like, well, what are we supposed to do about this? But then there are things people are doing that frankly is stupid. You know, come on. Don't do this. My sister uploaded a picture of her sonogram to GPT to ask what it thinks the sex of the baby is. And it said, girl, do you think that ChatGPT knows your baby's gender? Do you think why wouldn't you just ask your doctor? When you go in for your ultrasound? ChatGPT daughter or Grok's son? Neither. That is why preventing having children sometimes it's the best thing that you can do. Abort. Opt out at the airport for the TSA scan, y'all. They can't make you do the face scan. Just make sure you don't stick your ID in their machine before you say you're opting out, or they'll try and pull some bullshit on you that they have to scan you. Yeah, so that's what I mean by there are everyday things people do where we're being scanned. It's being put into these systems that surveil us, yada yada. And these are necessary things. People travel, right? Versus uploading your palm into ChatGPT. But you also should know, and it's not always the case. And I don't. There's things I'm not aware of too that you can opt out of. Scan this. Things that seem like they are necessary, that's just how it goes. I wear a mask outside every day now, specifically to make it harder for AI systems to identify me by face. Yeah, the panopticon that we are all living in. You cannot escape it. Have you been to a gas station, large box? Look, that's why I said I understand that to an extent we can't escape the surveillance system that we live under. Okay, there is so much of our data that has already passed into the hands of these billion-dollar corporations who have sold it a million times over from when we first got signed up on platforms such as Facebook, etc. But a lot of people will go, it's too late. They already have my data. Who cares? And won't take any precautions, won't have any won't do anything to ensure that even more data is not handed over freely. Yeah, they kind of look at it as toothpaste is out of the tube, so who cares? What can we do? What are we going to do about it? And yeah, can't escape doesn't mean give it up freely. And that is then just giving them that's just giving them the keys. That's what those companies want. They want you to go, well, they already have my data, so you create new data all the time. All of us do. There's always more that they can get, that they can make money from. And there are definitely things you can do to try and at least have some control. Don't you want to feel a semblance of control? You know, don't you want to have at least the semblance of I am doing what I can to not freely give them everything? To quote a certain exile, not caring about privacy because you have nothing to hide is the same as not caring about free speech because you have nothing to say. Yeah, it's not a matter of having nothing to hide as far as I think people attribute that to crimes. They're like, I'm not a criminal. I don't have anything to worry about. That's the case for most people. And yet, that's not what these companies and with the government who pays a lot of money to these companies for their technologies that aid in surveilling the citizens of their state, that's not what they care about either. In fact, that's the propaganda that they use by saying, oh, well, it keeps people safer because we use it to track down criminals. And so if you're not a criminal, then you don't have to worry about any of this. That's the excuse. Yeah, that's the propaganda. They want us to believe their control of our data and receiving government contracts is inevitable, but it isn't. They want us to think that everything is inevitable. They want us to think there's nothing we can do about prediction markets being everywhere. They want us to think there's nothing we can do about anything, so we should just roll over and let them do what they're going to do. Ambigo, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you for the 6 months. They want us submissive and depressed. Yeah, they do. They're like, it will be a lot easier that way. So it's good for us if that's how people feel. Recently a sober boy, and I owe you huge thanks for CNS. homeostasis. Truly, your stream is a sublime place to get calmly agitated about politics. Let your nuts hang, big dog. Best wishes. Thank you, Charlie Kirk's Coked Dollar. And I'm happy for your sobriety, and I wish you the best of luck in maintaining that, being on this sober journey. We got a few people in here who can share in that sober journey in their own sobriety. Very interesting username, Charlie Kirk's Coke Dollar. But yeah, I'm glad this is a good place for you. In other more important news. You know what? I needed to be woken up like that. I needed that. World's longest tiramisu record broken in London. I didn't even know that was a record people were aiming to break. I love when I read about a record being broken that did not know that was a pursuit. I'm like, was this a thing? This is going to be the Master Bakers All-Star Challenge. You have to break the recently broken world's longest tiramisu record. The challenge. Welcome, Master Bakers. I have gathered you all here for the All-Stars Challenge. You must break the record tiramisu of 50,000 ladyfinger biscuits, and you have 25 minutes. And you are also going to be blindfolded, and we will have headphones covering your ears, and the only music you will hear is that of Lin-Manuel Miranda.
Un attimo.
Oh, God, that looks so good. That looks so freaking good. How long? 50,000 ladyfinger biscuits. I don't know what the actual length of the tiramisu is, just that more than 3,000 eggs. That's a lot of eggs. In this economy, that's like $1 million. That's a hell of a lot of ladyfingers. I've only got 10. I love bringing out the measuring tape. Yeah. Please, Michael, how much could one egg cost? $50,000? That's a lot. Update on the White Lotus stuff. Ooh. Allegedly, Jennifer Tilly, my fave bride of Chucky, is in early talks to replace Helena Bonham Carter in the White Lotus season 4 with an official announcement expected later this week. Well, they better get those talks not being early talks, because we got to get this shit on the road. You said Jennifer Tilly yesterday, you predicted this. You predicted this. This is like returning a Kia Forte and the dealership lends you a Lamborghini. Jennifer Tilly would be so good in the White Lotus. She'd be so good. And this makes sense for whatever character Mike White had written for Helena Bonham Carter. Jennifer Coolidge and Jennifer Tilly are like Mario and Wario of each other. Both iconic voices. I don't follow the show. Is Helena Bonham Carter character that important? Supposedly. According to reports, yes. Helena Bonham Carter's character was a pivotal part of season 4. We don't know what happened. We just know that HBC, which always makes me laugh because I always associate the acronym HBC with Historic Black College, but I guess also Helena Bonham Carter. We just know that Helena Bonham Carter flew out to where they are shooting in France. They are 1 week into production. Something happened. And then it was announced that Helena Bonham Carter is no longer going to be a part of the cast. They are totally rewriting the role and recasting. Maybe she's Tanya's sister. Jennifer Tilly as Tanya's sister would be primo. Is Helena not a good person? Helena is one of those British celebrities who has defended J.K. Rowling. Yikes. She also supported Johnny Depp. Yikes. Said that after the trial, he was vindicated. She's also one of those aging celebs who rails against cancel culture and things being too woke. So, yeah, I think it's been in like the last, I would say the last 5 years that Helena Bonham Carter's problematic takes have materialized. I don't really remember much else. I don't really remember much else in the kind of controversial, problematic world that HBC had done. I know there was a thing with there was something with Kenneth Branagh and Emma Thompson when they were married or dating. And I think Helena Bonham Carter was the reason that they separated. But it's like, whatever. Okay, celebrity affairs. That's nothing new. British Roseanne. Okay. Yeah. And Helena has not really been, she's not been really doing a ton, which kind of coincides with these very, very problematic takes that she's had. She keeps working in the Enola film series. Oh, I haven't watched that. My theory is that Mike White wrote crazy, crazy eccentric character for Helena, like a Bellatrix or a Tim Burton role, and then she got there and went like, nah, I don't want to do that. See, my theory is that Helena Bonham Carter showed up to set and was not at all delivering the performance that Mike White had envisioned. Because remember, he did this with Jennifer Coolidge, where he cast her sight unseen. He's like, Jennifer Coolidge is who I want, writing this character for her. And Jennifer Coolidge went, I don't know if I can play this role. But she did it. She played Tanya. She was brilliant. She was a big reason that the show was a huge success, and she won a couple of Emmys for it. And that helped solidify the show as a major one. And I think he thought similarly that would happen with Helena Bonham Carter. And I just have to believe that she showed up and Mike White was like, oh no, I made a huge mistake. Maybe she's just not in acting shape, although it sounds as if she's doing Enola Holmes stuff. I don't know. I don't know if she's phoning that in though. And maybe too, she just was not, she was not bringing it, you know? Because Mike cast her obviously on her past roles that she's most famous for. And I'm sure he went, ooh, Helena Bonham Carter. That's who I want. I'm going to write this role for her based on what she is usually bringing to the table. Maybe she's not able to do the crazy eccentric roles anymore. That's what I'm saying. What is your gay husband doing?
If I had the superpower,
A choice? A pick of the litter?
God.
Superman's a good one.
Yeah.
You can only have one. You can't have laser and super strength and fly. Pick
I
one.
mean, he does.
He has it all. But
He
if
does.
I had to choose one, probably the what?
A best
one. Well, I personally like the constant regeneration.
Ooh,
Yeah.
little Wolverine.
Unlimited, yeah.
Oh, I
got
like that.
Oh God, this is gonna be gay.
Infinite climax.
Why, Austin?
Why are you doing that? If I had,
I love that they will set Austin up and go, here we go. This is about to be classic Austin. He's like, please. And then delivers classic Austin. As an aside, can we laugh at Enola Holmes? Pulling up to, shut the fuck up. Pulling up to 1885 with a fresh gel set. Ain't no way. Ain't no way she got a Gel X Manny and hands looking like this and it's 1885. That is, well, okay. Someone tried to use a screenshot of Bridgerton. I don't think that's as egregious for Bridgerton as it is for Enola Holmes. Caroline do be hating sometimes. It's the whole Instagram face issue with period pieces. When it's like the problem with more and more people having Instagram face, having achieved absolute aesthetic perfection, is that it makes it harder for believability in anything that is not specifically very modern day piece of media that necessitates having Instagram face. Yeah, bring back ugly people in film. Exactly. You know what, actually, I've been wanting to watch this video. Why does everybody have the same face? Why does everybody have the same face?
I don't know if you've seen any red carpets lately, but I have this weird impression that celebrities are slowly more...
And here's the thing, okay? Maybe this is a hot take. It is a problem, no matter how excellent you are as a performer. It is a problem when your face doesn't move. It is a problem when you have obvious work done that affects the characterization, that affects like the believability, because you can be the best fucking performer in the world, but it will still be something that the audience notices and will be a distraction even if you can make it through. It does. It's the whole like my immersion. It does affect that. It does affect that.
into each other now. I think for a while now there has been a popular face. It's this very distinct,
and you can tell the difference when someone's face moves versus when their face doesn't move.
look that I think a lot of influencers have, but also maybe it can be described as an iPhone face. I mean, if you've seen any of the art that AI has been spewing out, that's basically that face. Small upturned nose, big cat eyes in a way, big lips, chiseled cheekbones and jaw, thin neck. As I said,
It's giving Tilly Norwood.
I think it started off with mostly influencers, but we see it in pop culture now as well. Movies, TV, interviews, red carpets, everyone looks a little bit similar. Beauty standards regarding facial features have always been a thing. This is nothing new. As always, on this channel, we go back to the roots, baby, and beauty standards.
I don't think Gal Gadot's done work on her face. Her face has just never moved in her life. And I do want to different, recent example, you can see the difference. I know we don't like her, but Sydney ate this line up, so I got to give her the 10.
What does that have to do with me?
We invested our kids' college funds.
And what does that have to do with me?
Yeah, I mean, look, y'all know how I feel about Sydney Sweeney, but it does make a difference when someone's face moves, when you see the result of them making an expression like that. I don't think Sydney Sweeney's the best actress in the world, but certainly she would be worse if her face isn't moving.
We invested our kids' college funds.
And what does that have to do with me?
You know? And I do think that there's a way to obviously try and keep yourself looking youthful in order to have longevity in your career, because as we know, Hollywood is an extremely superficial industry, and especially with women, you're not allowed to age. But when that veers into affecting the work, that's a problem. When it's distracting, when it is hurting the believability, that's tough.
Have existed probably as long as humanity itself. And
it's not fair that these insane beauty standards are so heavily reinforced. I get that. Okay, it's ridiculous, the standards and the pressure that is put on the pressure that is put on people in this industry to perpetually look youthful, like they were born yesterday, but that it inherently goes against what acting requires to fully live within a character, to express the spectrum of human emotions. It requires you being able to move your face and your body.
Standards were never universal. You can argue that the beauty standard was youth, you can argue that the beauty standard was health, but a lot of beauty standards, especially when it comes to someone's facial features, are actually difficult to explain. We don't know why people changed their minds all of a sudden and went for high foreheads or rounded cheeks and then hollow cheekbones. These things change and they have nothing to do with either youth nor health. So they have always been flowing. For example, in the Victorian era, women that were considered great beauties often had classically inspired features similar to ancient sculptures. So they would have long, straight noses, small lips, soft chins, and round eyes. And then eras like the Baroque era were all about round faces and everything was...
Is this also the flattening of culture? Yeah, this is also the homogenizing of everything from interior design all being so monotonous and beige and boring to the fonts that brands use. Like everything and everyone is morphing into the same thing. There's no distinctions. There's no, there's a lack of, there's a lack of the unique because we're all just being homogenized.
round and soft. You would have rosy cheeks, you would have high foreheads. Sometimes it's difficult to pinpoint what exactly people considered beautiful in particular eras, but I think a good hint is to take a look at how they manifested those beauty standards through art. So mainly how they stylized their portraits. For example, a lot of Victorian portraits gave women big round eyes, and then we compare those portraits to photographs of actual historical people that were portrayed and they look nothing like that. So in real life, that's not the case that every Victorian person ever had round eyes. However, despite those beauty standards being very prominent in art, in real life, people based their idea of someone's beauty mostly off their character, their...
The other thing that I hate is when editors, whoever's making the decision, but I assume editors, but it's coming from, they're being directed to, blur so heavily actors' faces, especially actresses and actresses over a certain age. It's so distracting and obvious. I despise the blurring, especially when it's arbitrary. It's like, okay, this person has that, this person doesn't have that. Is this because this person's over the age of 40? Because when you reach a certain age, you have to have your face heavily blurred on screen. It's really noticeable and really, really bad.
Ancient
The
Roman women
hallway
used
filter.
crocodile shit as blusher. Queen Victoria loved Vaseline so much that she knighted the founder of it. The founder also ate a spoonful of it every single day and lived to be 96, which was practically unheard of in the Victorian era. Tuberculosis and cholera were so rampant in the Victorian era that it became romanticized, and women would intentionally put their makeup on to make themselves look ill. The oldest beauty product in the world that you can still buy today is the Santa Maria Novella Aqua de Rose toner. It was formulated in 1381. In the 1600s, one of the most popular beauty products was called Aqua Tofana. It contained a deadly combination of lead and arsenic, and it's estimated that around 600 men were poisoned with it. The reason that we think of ancient Egyptians as having such thick and long eyeliner and bright eyeshadows is because it was protective. It was like modern day sun cream. They used either lapis lazuli or malachite powder as their eyeshadow and kohl as their eyeliner because it helped to prevent the eyes from getting infections. Marilyn Monroe used a hormone cream to grow the peach fuzz on her face because it gave a false radiant glow on the fuzzy old cameras. Mustaches on women were considered beautiful in 19th century Persia. The reason that makeup trends suddenly became really glamorous in the 1950s is because so many men had died in the Second World War that women needed to pull out all the stops to attract a husband. Victorian women also used to put arsenic in their eyes to make them look brighter and sparklier, to bleach them, but this made a lot of women's corneas fall off and leave them blind. Monobrows were considered beautiful in ancient Greece because it meant that you were more intelligent because you weren't focused on frivolous girly things like beauty. Neanderthals wore glitter. Queen Elizabeth I didn't wear white foundation. The flappers in the 1920s used to put blusher on their knees to make it look like they'd just given someone a blowjob. The reason that red lipstick became such a popular trend in the 1940s is because Hitler hated red lipstick. There was a head lice epidemic in ancient Egypt, so most people shaved their heads and wore wigs. Ancient Roman women used crocodile shit as blusher. Queen Victoria...
Wait. I love this because this is kind of what I want to do with my pop culture series. It's like, hey, things you didn't know. The other thing I think about all the time is the bleach that they use to bleach actresses' hair, especially in the 40s, 50s, when the bleach blonde bombshell look was so popular. It was really dangerous. It was like really, really dangerous bleach. And the horror stories of actresses who were subjected to this hair bleach and repeated uses of it, pretty sure led to it eventually becoming banned because of how dangerous it was to their health. Holy shit, this wasn't a joke. Study: Neanderthals wore jewelry and makeup. They got that glitter on. Duh. Yeah. So anyway, what I was referring to before too is what's called digital makeup. So there's the heavy blurring, but also digital makeup, and it creates this uncanny valley effect. And I think that's what freaks me out so much. So it's not just distracting, it's that it's giving uncanny valley, and it's scary. A lot of times they don't look like actual human beings because the blurring and digital makeup is so out of control.
Behavior, their posture, their manners. Like a lot of renowned beauties from the past were often described like this. Her mouth was a bit too wide, and then her eyes were set too deep, but her every move was filled with such sweetness and grace that everyone considered her a great beauty. And even if we do look at people that were universally considered beautiful in particular eras, within the same era you have a lot of different beauty ideals and different features that people found attractive. And I think it also proves the point that beauty back then was more about how you carried yourself. Obviously, it helped if you happened to possess the fashionable features, but also it wasn't like a given that you would be considered beautiful if you had those features. You had to have that extra something. And on the other hand, if you did not possess the fashionable features, but
bring back radium eyeshadow. I'm tired of using my phone battery up to see in the dark.
Did have that factor, you would also be considered beautiful. So it seemed much more lenient in the way we described people. Now for something more joyful. This video is sponsored by June's Journey. June's Journey is a hidden object mystery game.
I think one thing too that I wish we had beauty standards today on are bigger bodies, right? Women having fat on their bodies. When you look back on, when you look back on like what was idealized in Greek and Roman era, honestly, in a lot of different eras, it was not the super ultra thin
available from April till
look, right? The starve yourself because having fat on your body is
always reminded me of Agatha Christie's novels,
ugly.
So this is a perfect
normal.
yes,
having plump
aesthetic, from the plot to the costumes,
plump
to
bodies
even
were
props and decorations.
considered to
download
be
June's Journey using the link in the description or scan the QR code on
considered to be hot shit.
And that is often the case in real life. I mean, there are people that are considered universally beautiful by most, but there are also cases when it's difficult to say what makes a person beautiful in our eyes. Like people.
Sign of abundance, yes. I do think that it has to do with a class signifier where if you had a bigger body, it meant that you had a prevalence of food that you were that you had access to food that the poors did not have. The same thing within Chinese culture, having pale skin, the standard of pale skin, which still exists today, and not just in Chinese culture, but that was because it signified that you didn't work in the fields. So those who had darker skin were the lower class in China and other Asian countries, right? The roots of colorism. And it very much had to do with whether you were working or whether you did not have to work. Also, plumper bellies were a sign of fertility. That's true.
People can agree that someone is
So
attractive,
status and
but they
class
don't maybe
symbols.
possess the fashionable face at all. You know, sometimes you see someone in the pictures and you're like, okay, and then you meet them in real life and you're like, okay, that's what people were talking.
All this doesn't justify colorism, fat phobia today. No one would say that. No one would say that. I'm not saying that. But when I was jokingly saying, damn, remember when beauty standards once upon a time were not ultra thin, clear eating disorder type of body, that having a bigger body was not seen as disgusting like it is today in our very fat phobic society. So it's just a reminder that beauty standards do change. We just, for a long time now in modern American culture, have lived in a very fat phobic society. And even when we have things like the body positivity movement and trying to move away from ultra thin standards, we return to that because it really never went away.
About. It's the charisma. It's about people's energy that they bring into the room when they walk in. When we talk about how unified beauty standards have become, we often mention and bring up the 90s, because the 90s seem to have done a great job at showcasing a wide variety of faces, but also faces that looked normal. Every time I see photos of 1990s actresses, I go like, wow, they look like normal people. They look like I could have known them. They're not.
I mean, even when you look at the bodies of Sophia Loren, actresses who were sex symbols in the 60s, they were still small, but when you look at the fact that they had hips, that they were curvy, that there are definitely standards today that have moved away from that because of the rise of the supermodel in the 90s, which is the era she's talking about right now. Yeah, I mean, Marilyn Monroe, Elizabeth Taylor, Sophia Loren, a lot of actresses who being curvy was what made them sex symbols.
This unattainable alien beauty that we see nowadays in the media. There was just something so casual about them. They looked like people you went to school with. And this girl next door look was popularized by actresses such as Julia Stiles, Drew Barrymore, Sarah Michelle Gellar, Alicia Silverstone, Melissa Joan Hart. But while their faces may have looked different from one another and they carried a more casual type of beauty, they still represented a similar beauty ideal. The friendly-looking girl who's white and skinny. It is no coincidence that in the Western world, until fairly recently, thin lips were the beauty ideal. Even in the 90s, celebrities were mostly white. The modeling industry only had a couple of famous non-white names. And while entertainment seemed to allow a bigger variety, A-list celebrities were still very homogeneous when it comes
Julia Stiles is coming to slew.
looks. Nowadays, we finally do have a variety of skin colors, ethnicities, and sizes.
It's happening.
And yet it seems that beauty standards are narrower than before. We idolize the plump, big lips that women of color often possess. And at the same time, they still feel pressured to get nose jobs to better adhere to the very Eurocentric beauty template. On the other hand, having work done is only socially acceptable when it's done well. So when it goes unnoticed, when it's barely noticeable, or when it looks natural, even though the person's like 20 years older than they look. For example, Kris Jenner has received a lot of praise for her recent facelift because she managed to avoid this uncanny stretched out look that bothers us so much. And her
Yeah, it sucks for Black and brown women, the usual victims of the worst of racist beauty standards, to essentially have to wait for white women to popularize something, make it a trend, for then their natural features to be considered enviable and to be considered pretty, but even still existing in these Eurocentric white beauty structures.
surgeon, Dr. Stephen Levine, is also speculated to be behind Lindsay Lohan's face. I think she went through the phase of, you know, her natural young looks, then trying to get the looks improved, but maybe failing a little in terms of looking natural, and then going back to this fresh, youthful look that apparently Dr. Stephen Levine gave to her. But when we notice plastic surgery, or when it goes wrong, the celebrities face incredible criticism. Part of it could be that we get this uncanny feeling looking at them, and that shock leads to over-the-top reactions. Part of it could be our parasocial relationship with them, because we feel like we've been lied to. We feel disillusioned. As long as face augmentations remain almost invisible, undetectable, we feel like the celebrity is real and natural and a bit more like us peasants. And when we noticed that they got work done, it's like they were hiding a secret from us and they breached our trust. There's this interview with Dr. Stephen Levine that he has done during COVID, and I find the point that he raises very interesting. The volume of calls, the level of intensity is probably higher during COVID than not COVID. Almost every virtual consult ends with, how quickly can you do this? They want to take advantage of this perceived downtime. It seems like the perfect time to recover from a procedure like a facelift, where you need at least 2 weeks to lay low. I think the requests for face, neck, eyes and nose are constant at the moment because people are looking at themselves on Zoom all day, analyzing their angles. This is a really interesting point. I'm not sure if that's what drove people to get surgery during COVID rather than just being out of the spotlight. But
I learned about an African tribe in my anthropology class that found stretch marks beautiful. They would force feed their children massive amounts of food and hold their toes between sticks, sometimes breaking the toes. Oh my God. To get them to keep eating. It just shows to me that beauty standards imposed on women are a universal problem that has to be addressed. Yeah, it's like even when it's a beauty standard that goes against what is a norm in Western cultures, so stretch marks, for instance, it still is like something that's being forced on the population. It is still restrictive because if you fall outside of that, then the ideas that's perpetuated is that you are uggo, and that is bad. That it still splits people up into superior and inferior.
I never thought about how seeing yourself on camera all the time can affect your welfare in a way. I definitely see this tendency intensifying during COVID. Like a lot of famous celebrities entered the pandemic and then left it looking completely different. And doing procedures during lockdown allowed them to avoid the scrutiny of the media. An argument I see a lot online is that commenting on these tendencies is somehow misogynist, because obviously we mostly pick apart women for the choice to have work done. And we shouldn't be picking apart women's bodies and we shouldn't be criticizing their choices. This is all fair, but I feel like this is a way to shut down anyone that raises concerns about what culture is doing to us. We don't exist in a vacuum, and the world that we live in, especially the media we consume, is heavily calculated. It would be naive to pretend otherwise. To believe that famous people look the way they do only because of personal preference, that's just naive. Halle Berry has talked about the pressures that she, as an aging woman, faces in Hollywood. When you see everybody around you doing it, you have those moments when you think, to stay alive in this business, do I need to do the same thing? I won't lie and tell you that those things don't cross my mind because somebody is always suggesting it to me. You know, if you just did a little bit of
the critique is not about their choices. The critique is of societal expectations. And the critique is of the system that perpetrates and perpetuates these norms. And for example, with women, their value being tied to their beauty, but that beauty being specifically dictated.
This and that.
And also tied to their youth.
Lift this up, then this would be a little bit better. It's almost like crack that people are trying to push on you. That's what I feel like. I think it's a really interesting point because it isn't like celebrities are just sitting, sipping on coffee at home and scrolling Instagram and then they're like, maybe I should get a facelift. No, famous people are constantly surrounded by dozens of other people that work with them. I don't think we realize how celebrities function. It's never just an empty room that you enter and talk to them. There is like their assistant, their second assistant, their cook, their manager, their stylist, their makeup artist, their hairstylist, stylist, their photographer, their 2 fake friends, all of which possibly have an opinion on their looks. And even if they're not like, you look kind of ugly, you should do something about it. It's all those subtle suggestions that must really get into people's heads. Oh, I heard this and that just did this recently and she looks really good. It doesn't have to be personal, but when you're constantly surrounded by this culture of you always have to improve your looks, it really has to be
Looks
so
maxing.
debilitating to just exist in that as a woman. And also,
we really just don't allow people to exist. We really don't. And it's not just in Hollywood where looks are important. It is tied to capitalism, right? The beauty standards that we all are subjected to is absolutely tied to our capitalist system and the fact that this is an industry that is a multi-billion-dollar one, which means they're incentivized to make people feel insecure and then capitalize off of those insecurities and make people, it's not just feeling insecure, it's you are held back in your professional career if you don't fit a certain standard. So there's also that element of, well, if I want to succeed or have a better chance of success in my field, then I have to look a certain way.
so we have to remember that those celebrities' looks are making.
This is why I think it's important to not look at beauty as a competitive thing. Like, why can't I say I'm just as beautiful as Megan Fox? Do I look like her? No, but we can both be beautiful in our own ways, and that doesn't take away from the other. Right. It's beauty as comparison, which is a big problem, because if someone says, I am beautiful, and someone says Megan Fox is beautiful, then automatically there's a comparison made, like there's a singular definition of beauty. And if a lot of people have agreed that Megan Fox is beautiful and also then a standard of beauty, or whoever it is, then that's what we're all being held up against.
People money. So everyone is really invested in how you look and how you present yourself. The second you start aging, the management becomes more and more aggressive in demanding you get work done, because in their eyes, an older client means less work, and less work means less money. It's simple as that. I've noticed that especially with child actors or people that were popular very young, they have had a lot of work done and they look completely different to what they did when they were much younger. Possibly because they built their careers on their youth. So the older they get, the more they feel like they have to fight to still be relevant. Personally, for me, the great tragedy of modern Hollywood is the death of droopy eyelids. Upper blepharoplasty has robbed us of so many cool, unique looks with hooded eyes, but then those don't really affect a person's ability to act, unlike a lot of other procedures.
Definitely a lot of men who can be used as examples here. A lot of men in Hollywood get this procedure done, not just ones who are older, but it's a very common procedure across ages. I know a girl is always thinking about getting a nose job, not sure what to say. Like, do I support her in doing what she wants, or do I encourage her not to worry about fitting the standards of society? That's always a tough one. You know, it's tough when I have a friend who wants to get her eyes done. She's Asian and she hates monolids. And she's like, I would be a lot prettier if I didn't have monolids. And that is a very specific type of procedure that is done in Asian cultures, and it's one that is heavily perpetrated in Asian countries. It's like every K-pop star has and others who are forward-facing in forward-facing positions. So beauty pageant participants, etc. But the double eyelid surgery, it's in Korea. The double eyelid surgery is like a rite of passage. It's like something that Koreans are gifted from their families when they enter high school. It's very, very normalized. And anyway, so when I hear that from friends of mine who are Asian, it's tough because I don't want to control what they do. And also the way someone sees you is not how you see yourself. So it's hard to be like, no, you don't need to get that done. You know, you're so beautiful, blah, blah, blah. But it's also, it's hard because we all are influenced by standards. And so it can be very difficult to be happy with yourself and how you look because of that constant reinforcement. So I would say the best case scenario is you just try and remind that person that they are beautiful, and yet don't try to get in their way, and don't make them feel guilty. It can, even if you're well intentioned, it can sometimes veer off into not necessarily supporting someone when you think you're supporting them.
And I think that's one argument that I see people raise, that we lose something with all the cosmetic procedures when it comes to acting.
I miss faces doing what faces are supposed to do. Movies made in the early 2000s and before then just hit different because...
And when everybody starts doing something, if you have a physical feature that is something a lot of people are getting rid of, you're like, wait, is there something wrong with this? Where maybe previously you didn't feel insecure about it. You didn't feel that there was anything wrong, because there's nothing wrong, but now you do. Now you're like, wait, is this ugly? Like, should I have bigger eyes? Should I have a certain nose? Should I have my ears pinned back? Whatever it is, it can create in you an insecurity that you didn't have previously because of changing standards or because of popular plastic surgery techniques, or because, too, a lot of this stuff is being so openly marketed, and people are definitely much more public with what they are doing to improve their looks in ways that people weren't before. This stuff used to be more secretive. Now, celebrities will still maintain secrecy. They'll now own up to, say, Botox or filler, but a lot of other procedures, they still pretend.
Everyone's face looked different. There were different proportions, different teeth, different shaped noses, different skin textures, different ways of moving foreheads while crying. So many foreheads without Botox, which freezes movement.
And I 100% agree. A big part of cinema and TV is the illusion that you're experiencing real people, real emotions. I mean, even if there are dragons or aliens involved, we are invested because we believe that those are real emotions, those are real people that go through things. And there's just something uncanny about seeing faces that don't even move anymore, because we hear the emotions, but we don't get to see them on screen anymore. And for some, it may be reflection of what they're seeing in real life, because maybe they know a lot of people that have had those procedures done. But for a lot of viewers, especially those living in places where those procedures are not yet that common, it just feels like something's really off. As always, women seem to be scrutinized about this way more than men. I think there is actually multiple reasons for this. One of them is, of course, sexism, because we're always much more critical of a woman's aging looks than men's. An aging male actor is called a silver fox, and he's actually getting better with age. He's aging like fine wine. They mature. Whereas when women age, they get saggy and they just get old and expire.
They might as well be
on the other hand,
dead.
it seems like for men, there isn't a set standard of what a face should look like. And I think this is why men nowadays just end up looking really strange and really uncanny. They don't have the same face, they just all have one thing in common, and that is looking weird. Some of them try to get inspired by the female face template and get lip filler, which often ends up in throwing their facial proportions completely off. Some try the cat eye pull, but again, it's not an especially naturally masculine feature, so it looks a bit off. Some do facelifts, but it seems like the plastic surgeons have worked on the female face so much that they just copy and paste those looks for men. And again, it doesn't work. Something's really wrong. And I think that leads us to believing that Jim Carrey is cloned. They just look off because men feel like they should do something.
Yeah, when I was like, no, y'all, he just got a bleph procedure and a facelift. He
Men
hasn't
feel
been
like
replaced.
maybe aging is not a good thing. Maybe they're gonna get less work, but they just don't really know what. And then they go to the plastic surgeons
it's not a
and they're
clone.
like, you know what? I had Lindsay Lohan here last week. We could try that. The most annoying
That's what the
result
clones want
of
you to
this
think.
unification of beauty standards for me is the effect it has on regular people. And I don't actually mean regular people going like, I should look like that. I look crap. My self-esteem is down and I feel pressured to alter my looks. No, I mean the way they see beauty in their heads has changed. There is this expectation in the media right now that everyone should look the same. Everyone should adhere to this beauty standard, and it's especially visible when someone does not fit that standard, when someone has crooked teeth, when someone has wrinkles, or God forbid, when someone is 40 and does not look 25. The comments are vicious. We, and especially the younger generations, are so...
Also, what is looking 25? The concept of looking... One way of like looking a particular age.
out of touch with what normal people look like, that we no longer...
When people will say, oh, she looks so good for 30, I'm like, what does 30 look like? What is 30 supposed to look like?
Register it
What
as a
even
norm.
is
That's the
25?
thing I dislike about
That's
this the
not a
most,
real
is that
age.
the beauty standard has replaced normality. And I think that's not cool, man. That's not cool. It's also quite ableist. But then the most ironic part is that us freaking out that someone has had work done is probably not helping either, because we continue picking apart famous people's looks. And then the media continues scrutinizing how someone's aging or how someone's looks change. I genuinely don't know what the right approach is, to be honest, because if we don't talk about it, then soon we will assume that people should look like this by default, and everyone ends up with the same face anyway. And what I think is especially dangerous is that, as I said, beauty standards ebb and flow. They change a lot, and they change fast. If we choose to follow them,
age if you just
we
always
are
look
at risk
100.
of getting procedures that will, age badly within a couple of years. Some of those changes are reversible, some of those changes are temporary, but believing that you can just achieve the ultimate beautiful face and be done with it is very naive, is unrealistic. I mean, even the Kardashians are sort of morphing into one person. That's how you know we have a problem. I have to say, I find it really refreshing to see European actors in comparison to the American ones. I'm not sure if they just have
I will say, namely, it's the teeth with European actors. Also tending to have less Instagram face, which I guess I'll just call Botox and filler, but the teeth are such a noticeable difference. Bill Burr had a joke. He sucks. I know. I still love Bill Burr. I was just like, dude, please stop tripling down at people who criticized you for being a part of that comedy fest. But it went like, you want to be a 40-year-old looking 40 or like a 25-year-old lizard? Yeah, I mean, it's true.
It's work done, or if they do it really well, I don't think so. But a lot of British, French, Scandinavian actors and actresses, they just look a lot more natural. There must be a lot less pressure to get work done in Europe, I think. They have wrinkles, they have saggy eyelids, they have loose neck skin. And guess what? They still look beautiful. And they look their age, which is, again, refreshing to see.
I would say too, and we've talked about this before, but in Europe, there's much more of an emphasis on learning craft. A lot of them come from theater. They are professionally trained actors versus in Hollywood. Hollywood is an industry that has always been about hot people, not necessarily about professionally trained actors. And a lot of times they come to Hollywood because they're hot, and then they'll take acting lessons. But plenty of A-listers were just hot, and then they got opportunities in the film industry because they were hot, and then they took acting lessons and were like, okay, I guess I got to figure this acting thing out.
I don't know know why it feels so comforting to see them. It's kind of like there's still hope for us, and that hope comes in resisting societal pressures. So maybe the best way to fight the unified beauty standard, the one face that everyone is having, is just by rejecting it ourselves and then hoping that others will do the same. I don't know. Download June's journey using.
Yeah. I mean, look, we're just gonna keep having this conversation, and it's one that it's one that I like to have, but I also fully recognize that we're all susceptible. You know, it's like there are things that I do that I know I do, and I feel pressure to do because of the society that I live in, and because of standards and pressures and insecurities that are constructed and reinforced, especially depending on depending on race, class, gender, all that. Depending on if you grow up in a predominantly white community like I did and was one of the only Asian people around. So it's like, just by virtue of looking differently from everyone, being different was bad. And yeah, and I'm a person who lives in Los Angeles. I am surrounded by some of the most intense pressures to look a certain way. It's gnarly. Even though I'm no longer in the film industry, that is still very much in the culture. And now I'm on the internet. Now I'm an influencer online, so doesn't go away. But yeah, also just being a woman, being a woman in this world.
I am 55 and I look exactly 55. Stop telling a woman you look younger or you look good for your age. It's not a compliment. It's just to reinforce the youth-obsessed culture. Everyone ages so differently. What are we even supposed to look like at this age? So tired of hearing that she's in her 50s but looks 20 years younger. Why is that the goal? I don't survive 5 decades to be obsessed with looking 30. How many people never made it to 55?
Wow, I didn't survive 5 decades to be told I look 30.
Women don't owe the world youth, beauty frozen in time. Looking my age or even older than my age. It's not a failure. Youth is not a standard. It's just a season. And the seasons
It's
change.
just as damn
We
bars.
look our age not because
Damn.
we've let ourselves go, but because we've finally let ourselves be. I am so proud to look my age. I am 50.
Damn. Okay, auntie. She's who I want to be when I grow up. Me too. That was straight bars when she said youth is not a standard. It's a season. Youth is just a season. The season of youth. I think it's people are scared to call old people hot, like they can be old and hot. I think it's one of those benevolent but still harmful things where we all do it. I think there's it's something you have to actively stop yourself from doing, from saying, wow, you look great for your age. Wow, you look so much younger, because that's the cultural reinforcement, you know? And it's because it's all tied to youth, because we live in a culture where youth is so valued. Youth is prioritized. Youth is what you should always be striving to attain. And sometimes you have that on the most extreme ends, which is people like Brian Johnson trying to achieve immortality, believing that he is aging backwards, and people being like, oh my God, he's not. Okay. He looks like a man in his 40s. He's a 40-something-year-old man. But yeah, I think this is one of those that you have to just remind yourself not to be reinforcing it. You can tell someone they look great. I don't think that there's the harm in saying you look great. Rather, it is tying someone looking great to looking young and looking a lot younger than their age. Aging horizontally into a different 40-year-old body. Yeah. Every time my mom, who's old, sees someone she hasn't seen in a long time, she tells me how awful they look, have aged compared to herself. She's tripping. Everyone looks just fine and she looks as old. That's the comparison because of insecurity. You know what I think about all the time that's so sad? And if I ever have kids, I'm going to try, especially daughters, I am going to try my best to be so loving towards myself, even if I don't always feel it. But we learn from our parents, and I think particularly for women, we learn from our moms. So when we're little girls, hearing our moms talk about how fat they are, how gross they are, and especially if we have genetic traits from them, you're like, oh, does that mean I'm ugly and therefore I'm bad because I look like you? Everyone says I look like you, and all I hear you say is how awful you look and constantly self-hating. Weight is a big thing, right? Moms who are always on diets, moms who are always talking about weight, and then the impact that had on their daughters. And so that's something that I always think to myself, if I have a daughter, that is one thing I'm going to try so hard not to reinforce and so hard not to instill in my daughter from an early age, even if it's just me grumbling like, when I hear my mom say, oh, I look so old. I remember when she started getting more wrinkles in her 40s and just how she would constantly talk about that. And then all of her creams that she would have, I'd be like, what's that for? She'd be like, it's for wrinkles. And anyway, it's very normal. It's what, unfortunately, a lot of people do, and why we all contribute to the maintenance of this in our culture. But it makes me really sad. It makes me sad to think that that's where we first learn this, and especially hearing it. It's like when you're a kid, you think that your mom is the most beautiful person in the world. Like I remember thinking my mom was, and I still think my mom is such a beautiful woman. But when you're a kid, you're like, my mom is, it's like you feel such reverence and such awe towards your mother. And then you learn you're wrong because all you do is hear your mother say awful things about themselves. And then if you say, well, am I ugly? They're like, no, you're so beautiful. And then it's also just the being being conditioned to believe that beauty is so important. So it is important to look beautiful. The song My Mother and I by Lucy Dacus kind of deals with these feelings, like with the opening lyrics. My mother hates her body. We share the same outline. She swears that she loves mine. Right, because then you don't believe it. Why would you believe it if your mother is saying these things about herself that she believes to be true and that you share with her?
My mother hates her body. We share the same outline.
This is so
She swears
sad but real and beautiful and
I blur at the edges. I'm all soft shapes and lines. The stars have a lot to say about babies born in the month of May. We are down to earth. We see eye to eye.
I mean, it's breaking my heart how many people in chat share the experience of having really harmful standards put on them when they were kids, and also just the beginning of a lifelong struggle with weight and loving your body, whether it's because your mom would call you fat or because your mom would call herself fat.
We dig our feet in, my mother and I, my mother and I.
You really we all have to learn to love ourselves more. As cheesy as it is, it's true. It's cheesy because it's true.
When I was too young to know.
Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen my mom wear makeup. I know girls who learned how to do a face full of makeup because their moms always had a face full of makeup. I'm talking junior high. Starting in junior high, wearing face full of makeup, continuing today as adults, where they will never go out without a face full of makeup.
The difference between a soul and a
Our parents can be our biggest cheerleaders, but also biggest critics and haters, and also the ones who are conditioning us from an early age. It's like, rather than them choosing to try and reject these standards, even if they weren't able to fully divorce themselves from it, decide, I'm going to try not to raise my kid like that.
The stars have a lot to say.
An emphasis on femininity for girls, masculinity for boys.
In the month of May, we want love, warm and forever. We want to die in the presence.
Going to high school in 2011, 2015, a full beat was the norm. At least my mom didn't really wear makeup aside from lipstick. So I didn't really wear makeup aside from lipstick. Why are women more attractive than men? Because women are pressured into putting effort into their appearance. Women aren't magically more attractive.
All she has given, all I have taken, all is forgiven.
Women are magical, though. Yes. Yes.
All is forsaken.
So good. Love her voice. I've been lurking, but just wanted to say, Chad, as someone who recently lost my mother to an eating disorder, I'm so sorry. Please watch out for constant repeating language from your loved one. That could be a sign of severe body dysmorphia. Treatment is very hard after a certain point. Encouraging helping those around you to get the care they need ASAP can be really important to save lives. I've learned this the hard way and try my best to spread that awareness. Yeah, I saw this TikTok that I think I saw it on Twitter and it went viral. And it was a girl who it was a compilation of her mom and her on vacation. And her mom clearly has a full-blown eating disorder. But she posted this as like it's funny. The comments her mom would make when she'd be like, "Hey mom, do you want to have dessert?" And her mom, the look on her face, like it wasn't a bit. You saw that? Yeah. It was really sad. It was really, really sad. And I do think sometimes we forget that our parents can be struggling with very, very real issues like an eating disorder. And you kind of just, maybe it's something that's just you've been used to your whole life. So you never, and also being in the position of being the child, you just don't think to address it at all. But it's their first time living too. Yeah, your parents are human beings subjected to the same restrictive standards. Also, if you want your relationship with food to get better, you have to actively work for it. It was horrifying that my grandma's last week, she still gave a fuck about her weight. God, I want us to just be able to exist. That's the goal, to exist freely, you know? Ugh, your poor grandma in her final weeks. When I was in 8th grade, my mom made me get glamour shots as a birthday present. I literally look like a 35-year-old camp drag queen in those pics. I know exactly what you're talking about. I can laugh at them now because deep down she knew I was gay. She was always force feminizing me. Oh my God. I know exactly the type of glamour shots you're talking about, not because I had to take them, but I know plenty of other girls who did. And it was like, you look like a you look like a 40-year-old woman as a 12-year-old. Just full beauty pageant glam. And then these ridiculous photos. All we can try and do is to push against these things so that is better for those who are still to come, you know? We try and work on it in our own lives. Obviously, in our individual lives, but as we raise the next generation, the hope is that we don't keep ignorantly reinforcing these cultural standards that are really harmful. So that's why I always think if I have a daughter or if I have a kid, or even if I don't, still just trying to impress upon younger generations that that's not what gives them value. Be the change you want to see in the world. That is true. At least my mom let us dress my brother up. The 4 girls and 1 brother, like, at least she wasn't annoying and gender strict in that way. We definitely put makeup on my brother, put him in dresses. He had a stage name. I cannot remember for the life of me, but he had us. We were putting him in drag and making him do performances. We would say that there were 5 sisters. We're like, there's actually 5 sisters, not 4. Yeah. All right, y'all. I would love to keep chatting, but I am getting up in the morning to stream and I want to finish preparing for this conversation that I'm having all about pink pilling and the history of women's role in far right movements. super fun, understanding girl fascism. But I do hope that you're able to join. I think it'll be a great convo. I have 2 people coming on tomorrow who I am excited to chat with. And I have not had Lois on before, who's the author of this book, but it is pink pilled if you're looking for something new to read. I need to go try and make more of a dent in this. Sounds so fun. Yeah, you know, talking about women's role in promoting fascism, but make it fun. Make it pink, you know? Girl fascism. Thanks for the much needed heart to heart sesh. You're welcome. That's what this community is for. That's what we're all about, because Lord knows we go through a lot of the same shit. And it's better to feel that you are not alone in it and understand that a lot of our experiences are shared experiences. Putting the fash in fashion and fascism. I don't know. All right, I am going to send you out of here. I'll probably try and go live around 8, so that gives me 2 hours to kick around before I have this call. Yippee! Yay! 8 a.m. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The work keeps on working. I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining me. Hearts,